cosmic soldier. Give me space and I'm in a good place. Very serious, mysterious, mind makes right. In for the fight. Starlight out on low. Starlight out on low. Starlight outlaw, cosmic soldier. Give me space and I'm in a good place. Very serious, mysterious, I makes right. In for the fight. Starlight outlaw. Starlight outlaw.
What is up, everybody? We got Tootie and Chuck here today, and some of y'all in La La Land. The link is pinned. It's not the average nightbot pin because I have a planned stream for a Veterans Day debate. It's a bring your own topic as of right now, but we're looking into some topics that'd be interesting if people want to debate and talk about. I'm going to test it out, see how it goes. If it goes well, we'll do more. If not, we'll say fuck it.
Cool beans.
Yeah, let me turn down the speakers. I forgot I had them on because I was watching a movie before I went live. So, how are y'all today?
Better than yesterday.
Better than yesterday. I'm not. By the way, we're not gonna go live for very long. It might be an hour, 30 minutes to an hour. I want to spend some time with Tucker, and he's at the door. I'll post it up. Like, let's go outside, even though we've been going outside all morning.
It's a pretty day today. At least
Yeah.
here to South Bambi. Hopefully in Georgia too.
It is. It is. It very much is. But
Really.
I don't know. So you know how everybody's always talking about, you know, the Republicans and the right wing, they infight a lot, and it's the worst that you ever see. Right? And everybody's always doomsaying about politics.
Mm-hmm.
I guess not. Well, this is something Lauren sent me. And it is Bernie Sanders interrupting Chuck Schumer's press conference. Let's see what they got to say.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders crashing a press conference Wednesday that was being led by Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Watch this.
Are you going to ask him a question? No. Are you joining him for the question? Just want to hear him out. Do you want to tell us what you think about last night? Take the podium until he gets here?
Am I invited to take the podium?
I mean, yeah.
And there he goes. Sanders then went on to criticize the Democrats while also citing the New York City mayoral election as an example that leadership is out of touch. Watch this part.
Of course, there's an establishment. And of course, there's a division within the Democratic Party. There's no secret to anybody here. What are we seeing in Maine? What did you see in New York City? What are you going to see all over this country? You're going to see progressives running.
Can you do,
protecting the
Bernie?
needs of the working class.
I used to could, but I can't do it anymore. I'm out of practice.
Oh.
I used to be able to do a good Obama, but I'm also out of practice on that one.
You got to get them
Taking
back
on-
up because this is good for your channel. Impersonations are always good. People like
Listen here, Tootie. All right, listen here. This is not. I can't do it. I can't do it. I used to be able to.
Like, you got to get that swag back in there. Because he's a shit talker. Oh, yeah.
Tootie, this is about America. Okay?
There you go. There you go. You got it. There it is.
What's up, Lauren?
Howdy, Lauren.
Big money interests fighting for an agenda that works for all, not just the few. No great secret there.
Meanwhile, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries spoke with our own Brett.
I love how he just see. I like Bernie. I don't care what anybody says. I would have voted Bernie back in the first 2016 elections. Cry about it if anybody don't like it. I like how Bernie was a Chad and just like took over that man's fucking press conference. Well, if he's not here, if he's not here, it's just fucking hilarious. I have my love for Bernie has cooled as I've become more
staunch
of a
in your
right-winger. Yes.
beliefs and practices.
Well, it's because he outed himself for a lying, I can't really say the rest of that. I'm trying to get monetized. But,
We'll just say POS.
when he became
POS.
the millionaire, I can't do him anymore. Like, I used to be able to do a really ragged old man voice for him.
Well,
I
you
can't
got
do it anymore.
you got to have that Jew factor in there too. That
Again,
little
trying to get
snarky in
monetized.
there.
Trying to get monetized, dude.
I wasn't meaning it derogatory. No derogatory in that statement, y'all. Just how it sounds.
But no,
Damn it.
so, but no, like when he would like the millionaires and the billionaires, like shit, I'd get really like, I was like, you know what, that's fair enough because the millionaires and billionaires are selling out our country. It was always a nationalist slant to it. Why I like Bernie because he was a socialist who seemed very nationalist, which I love patriots, I love nationalists.
He's kind of like
And his-
Obama and your Rabbi put together, right?
Well, he was he was very pro-worker, like American worker. So he was very anti-immigration up until like
Really?
the second Obama term. Yeah.
Huh.
Most leftists were because they were pro-American workers.
Yeah, they used to, that's what they used to pride themselves was party for the people, the workers, the American soul, da 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 da.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, as soon as he became a millionaire, he dropped the millionaires from his speech. It always became the billionaires, the billionaires.
Yeah, and he
So-
started driving around in Lamborghinis and having 3 houses and all that shit, right?
Well, not to mention when he wrote his thesis about women and their desires as well. That when I found out about that, they kind of made me like,
Yeah, he's never actually had a legitimate job in his life. He went straight from school to politicking.
public service. I mean, I'm sorry, Boomer. That's a legitimate job. You don't have to like it, but it's a legitimate job.
Oh, so career politicians, you don't?
Yes.
Don't
Yes,
you
it's-
want?
it's a
Don't you believe in
legitimate
term
job.
limits? You don't believe in term limits?
No, not really.
Aha. Aha. I
Yeah,
see.
term limits weren't actually a thing until the 1950s. I hate to tell you that. Like I when people say they're constitutionalists, and I'm like, so what does that mean exactly? Do you mean the Constitution as it's interpreted today? Do you mean your own individual interpretation, or do you mean the interpretation the founding fathers had? So, because all three are very different from one another.
Well,
Yeah.
wouldn't term limits
Term
be
limits were
what-
not a thing in the Constitution.
Let me finish.
No, because they weren't a thing in the founding fathers' Constitution. They literally
I'm
didn't
saying
exist
is-
until the 1950s.
Wouldn't term limits be a direct kick in the balls to monarchy? And
No,
then isn't that what they were trying to do in the first place?
no, because if
No?
they were trying to do that, they would have been in the Constitution to begin with, and they were not.
So you wouldn't have career politicians, so to speak. Because used to, these jobs were basically unpaid jobs when
Exactly.
we first started off.
Exactly.
And the more money you infused into said job, therefore everybody wanted said job.
Well, there was always compensation for being a politician. And it was always quite lucrative to be a politician. Like, you got to understand. And this is why I don't have a problem with preachers and whatnot. Like, anybody who devotes their life.
Snake oil salesman.
I mean, if you're dumb enough to buy snake oil, that's on you. I mean, I think there should be regulations for goods and products, sure, but like a salesman is a legitimate job. This is why I don't like This is why I
Did
don't.
you not like Pete's Dragon as a child? The original Pete's Dragon. Have you ever seen that one?
Nope.
Nope.
My problem. This is
You
my
need to
problem
watch
with
it.
y'all. This is my problem with y'all. And when I say y'all, I mean the right wing in America, right? Everybody's so opinionated about what a job is and what somebody does to make their money, but they never take into account that somebody dedicates their life to this and people are willing to pay for that service. Like, if you're a preacher and you pay yourself through the church, that's not wrong. If you're dedicating every day, if you don't have a job and you're dedicated every day to your flock, there's nothing wrong with that. If you're a politician that is trying to manage and organize people every day of your life, there's nothing wrong with you making money off of that.
Okay,
The
but when does
the issue
separate
is
from
it
the
does,
work
there's no
ethic
separate
side to
there is no
the
separation.
bribery side? Where's that line at?
I mean, when you have lobbyists like saying, "Hey, I will let you come work for my private company, and on top of that, give you a more $1 billion when you're ready to retire from politics," that becomes the bribe. That's actually legalized bribe in the U.S. When you actually take money to make policy in favor of corporations, and that's not really saying
And
anything.
these are
to
the
me.
same
Like,
people that are doing the bribes that keep these people in there past a time limit that there should be.
and
In my
you as a
opinion.
voter,
In my
and
opinion.
you as a voter allow it.
Correct.
Like, this is why I don't like the right, because they want to moralize when it's the left that does this shit. And they have all these opinions about people taking bribes until it's their politicians that are doing it. And then the left wants to do that. Like, I was telling you about me watching the Chicago 7 movie on Netflix. And, like, I despise the left. Like, hold on one second.
Hey, Donna. Hey, Lulu.
What's up, Donna? What's up, Lou? What's up, Panfoos? Is that you?
Yes.
But no, like, I despise Antifa. I despise communists. But, and this is probably just propaganda. I haven't looked into it much myself. I will be doing some research on it because I do want to talk about these type of social movements in the future. The Chicago 7 started out as a protest to the protests of the Vietnam War. Right? And one thing that the ultra-nationalists like myself and the left seem to agree on but can never work together for is
Bless whoever that was.
Is frivolous wars. Throwing away American men and treasure for nothing. And bullshit. But see, the American ultra-nationalists and the left can never seem to work together to protest these things. And depending on who's in power during the war, one side becomes the anti-war side, and the other side becomes the pro-war side. Look at Ukraine, because Donald Trump was in power when Ukraine popped off. The left wants to go to whipping and raring to go to World War III.
No.
See, I'm agreeing with you on this, OG, because you can't complain about how the government's working if the shit ain't working that's at the civilian level to get organized.
Our
First,
government
then
system in
organized
America
government.
is rotten from the bottom to the top. Like, literally, one of the things that I when I went to court for my car, not having insurance on my car and them saying it was an abandoned car, the excuse the judge kept giving me was, oh, property values. And I looked at the judge and said, Your Honor, you have a right to property, not property values. And you're infringing upon my right to own my property. And I don't know if you know this, but I will fight this all the way to the Georgia State Supreme Court. Like, I will fight this all the way. Like, my family is wealthy enough and will back me on this because they believe in the rights to freedom. They believe in the rights to own property. You know what? You know what?
Especially
Immediately
the
dismissed.
other side of it.
Immediately dismissed. Like immediately dismissed. And like I even got mad and almost got thrown out of court because I was there with my bestie because we both had the same court date. Like his was right after mine. And like I got so pissed off, I literally said the same thing. And like the quote unquote prosecutor, which was the code officer. It's weird how the code officer can also be the prosecutor in a case like this. It's not criminal. It's not a criminal case, it's a civil case. But yet they can lock you up if you don't pay your fines or you tell them to fuck off.
Right.
It's crazy how that works.
Isn't it?
And it's funny because a bunch of lily rich white motherfuckers who want their property value to reason, which is why I don't like boomers and the way boomers buy houses. Because when you buy a house, you're supposed to be rooted to that area, have a family, and make that area better. You're not supposed to treat it as an investment, but because all of America has become a usurious fucking mind, instead of taking care of your community, you've been about, let me make investments so I can sell this for a profit later and fuck everybody else so I can be happy. You're literally pushing my right to own property because you want your property values to increase because I own a car that I don't drive. That's fully functional. So your tax commissioner allows, like not your tax commissioner, but your county commissioner writes these fucking stupid ass fucking non rules in that they know will be taken, that they know if they're taken to court, they'll be thrown out. They just anticipate to that people won't take it to court because most people won't. They'll just pay the $200 to $300 fine instead of the $2,000 or $3,000 to fight it in court. And if you multiply that by 10 to 100 fucking people a year, that's a lot of fucking money that goes basically to the salaries of these people. I live in a small town of 5,000 in the town and about 10,000 in the county. And our fucking county commissioners make $250,000 a year. Tell me why that's a thing. Tell me why that's a fucking thing.
There are 3 specific counties in that little area that do that.
Well, yeah, I know.
So I'm not saying
that is not an invitation to dox where I live. Calm down.
Tell us where you live now.
I just said I wasn't saying any names.
Yeah, but the information you give out is enough for people if they
Google
really
map
into
in
it.
progress.
Yeah. Like the thing about it is, it's annoying as fuck to deal with. And you see, and if I deal with this on my county level, I hate to know what people who are fighting the state and federal government are dealing with, right or left. Because, here's the thing, right? And here's what annoyed me by watching, aside from it being blatantly pro-leftist propaganda, what annoyed me about watching the Chicago 7, because I'd started doing a little research in it, is, the government tried to steamroll those guys at every chance. Yeah, they're leftists, fuck them. But then when I look at what happened in Charlottesville, the left did the same shit to the people at Charlottesville. And now, under Trump and under Biden, almost 10 years later, they're trying to go, it's even worse because instead of it being like a year later, them actually bringing up charges against the Chicago 7, they're waiting 10 years to start plucking people off the streets for Charlottesville. After charging the individual who actually did the bad shit like 450 fucking years, when you can see that his car was attacked by rabid leftists.
Yep.
So it's like, why should I have sympathy and be all patriotic for the Chicago 7? And even like you were talking about before here, the Central Park 5, when they're being pro-revolutionary elements, like anti-American elements, and pushing things that like literally destabilize our nation. But yet when people who want to put Americans first get called Nazis, they get called they're un-American, and they get sold out at every turn by the supposed fucking kosher right. We saw what Ben Shapiro had to say about Nick Fuentes, and we're going to go a little bit further into that today with seeing what Officer Tatum has to say.
I know that, Dave.
Oh yeah, everybody thinks he's a big old Chad defending people from Antifa. He's part of the fucking problem. You'd be surprised how quickly somebody will sell out their fucking beliefs.
Did you watch those little clips that I sent you?
Yeah,
this morning?
I'm gonna bring those up. I'm gonna see if I can find them on YouTube and bring those up. That's actually why. Well, let's get back to seeing the Chad Sanders take over this fucking thing, because I think it's very funny.
Bayer, when Brett asked him about the divide in the party, he responded with talking points, didn't answer the question. There was, another follow-up, basically, and Brett asked him, Maria, look, I mean,
Right.
what is the goal of the party? There are many on the progressive left, including the Zohar Mamdamis of the world, the AOCs of the world, that are taking a new tactic. Real clear here, by the way, going back to Chuck Schumer here for a second. So when he was voting here in New York, he was asked if he voted for Zohar Mamdani, wouldn't answer, never endorsed him. Hakeem Jeffries didn't endorse Mamdani until October 24th. So I think the bigger story here is that the leadership knows that they've got a problem. They're seeing what happened here in New York. They're seeing
I love
the
seeing
momentum that
crypto
AOC,
on
even
Fox
Bernie Sanders
News.
has,
That's
and they go on
funny.
these tours around the country, and they don't seem to know what to do with that. And they seem to understand that they've got a problem.
Well, look, even
America is dead. Long live America. Like, me and Tootie was talking about this in the beginning and before the stream, and my thing is, this country is dead. There's no coming back. Like, I love how leftists think that the elections, because there was a surge in left-wing victories. Like, I love how you think that that's actually a positive for you. And people can say, oh, Orthodox guys coping. I've said, literally before the elections, did I not say the left was going to take the elections?
Mm-hmm. You did.
And it's not because I'm such a Trump supporter. I hate it. No, like there are many things that I agree with the left on, such as education and healthcare. I don't agree with them on gun rights. I don't agree with them on what makes on like abandoning the citizen for the foreigner. So like, I don't care who wins the elections because I see them for what they are. You have a bunch of centrist, fickle fucks, like Josh says. Centrists are the modern cuck. And like you have a bunch of centrists going, for years, immigration was the largest issue people voted for.
Yep.
They don't want anything done about it. And I was talking to my homie about this, and he heard me he knew what I was gonna say before. All these centrists don't care about immigration. They just wanted something to bitch about. Because the minute that you start doing something about immigration, I don't like that. It's scary. Like, nah, bro, fuck you. You bitched for fucking 15 fucking years. Since I was 10 years old, I heard the American people bitching about immigration and complaining. How long than that?
Hasn't done a damn thing to fix it.
Because the left wants the population to get more political power, and the right wants the cheap labor. It does not benefit them to do anything about it. And when the fickle ass centrist punk bitches, this is why I hate democracy, by the way, because fickle punk stupid bitches. Literally, they get what they want. They get what they fucking voted for. Oh, it's scary. I don't feel good. A child cried. A woman cried. So we have to throw away civilization.
Yeah, it's like that one meme. It's like the top 10 photos of brown kid crying. Reasons why you should throw away civilization.
Oh, I mean, like, it's fucking annoying. And the left are sitting here celebrating. Yeah, we win. No, you didn't. Because as soon as the economy gets worse, those same fickle bitches are going to be in the streets crying and complaining and saying, Trump save us, or the next guy who takes place for Trump save us. And then y'all are going to be bitching and complaining about that ad nauseum.
I keep talking about this quote unquote blue wave. Excuse me. All these states that these elections were going
or
on
left
were
or
blue
anyway.
anyway.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand, because like I noticed Ryan named his stream
Yes,
Riding the Blue Wave, and then when I
yes.
looked up the actual like elections, it was like 3 for governor. Virginia's the only one that isn't solid blue. Then you had New Jersey, which is blue.
Blue.
You
New
had
York, blue.
New York, which is fucking blue. And then everything else was like state legislature. Like my district and several other districts in Georgia passed a new tax, which is like a sales tax that is supposed to alleviate the construction costs of educational related buildings and projects. It can't be used for salary, this, that, and the third. And it's supposed to alleviate some of the taxes, some of the homeowners' taxes over the next 5 years. It adds a 2% tax onto the sales tax.
I can tell you exactly where all that fucking money's about to go to.
Straight to the
Well,
fucking bureaucrats' pockets.
I could give you an
Bureaucrats' pockets
example.
and fucking football stadiums in high schools.
What-
That's all it goes
When
to.
I lived in Illinois, when they were trying to bring in lottery, and their big push was the money will be mandated by law that it has to go to education. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, which was true. However, the part they left out was the money that was earmarked out of the general budget for education was diverted elsewhere. So we didn't gain a damn thing by bringing in the lottery with the designated funds going to education.
They did that in Georgia with the when they brought the Georgia lottery. They did it tied it with the Hope Grant.
That's the thing, right? So the money, and Panfooz is right, in the South especially, because that's what that tax is for, is to fund new football stadiums, because they buy a new football stadium every fucking 5 years.
I know. Literally, I went to, with the high school I went to, for one, the town used to be a town of maybe like 1,400 people, and then a bunch of Yankees and Californians came and fucking moved in. But literally, they had 2 different football fields, 3 football gyms, like in a whole crap ton of other like sport utility areas. But they had fucking mold and like rusting out fucking shit in the libraries. The school rooms weren't kept up right. And the thing is that, you know, they only spent the money on the fucking football stadium, and that, you know, the guy who put the money, he died, and they put his fucking memorial statue on the football stadium.
Well, no, it's annoying as fuck, because none of the funds that are for this new tax can go to operating costs, i.e. new textbooks, paying teachers. It has to be related to construction and like very specific things. And like that is a brunt of the cost, paying back the loans and shit for the construction. That's a huge portion of a lot of schools' budgets. But it's just going towards things that don't fucking matter to keep a certain demographic occupied in school.
Yeah. Jamal needs a new area where he can work out after he gets, you know, dropped off from prison.
Well, the thing about it is, the simple fact about it was not just Jamal, it's fucking retarded Billy and fucking Jim Bob too. Like, you forget, I played football. I loved football, but I also did band and ROTC. I've seen where this money goes in school, and I know the politics behind why it goes there. And they'll always use the excuse when it goes to football, basketball, baseball.
Brings in money.
That it brings in money, but it doesn't. If you look at how much fucking money it brings in, it goes directly to feeding the pockets of these fucking sports programs. It doesn't go to new books. It doesn't go to paying teachers raises. It does not go to food for students who are poor. It goes right back into these fucking sports programs. It doesn't even go into the cultural programs or the fucking ROTC program.
Right.
Like I was part of the FFA, and the FFA is technically a private organization, but they're allowed to do it in the schools. But it's like, I think the FFA is a hell of a lot better organization that could teach people than fucking just having another football stadium for fucking Billy Bob and Jamal.
If you think that catering to the low IQ and the athletic is where we need to go in society, you're retarded. And if you think that just dismantling the athletics programs from these schools, you're also retarded. Divide the money better. You need a well-rounded populace. The band programs, the chorus programs, the art programs, and the foreign language programs, and the computer programs also need funding, and you never see them get the fucking funding.
Nah.
That's the problem, especially in the South.
Oh, it's not just the South.
I know it's not just the South, but that's where it happens the most. But in the inner city, it typically in the South it goes to baseball and baseball and football, unless there's a high black population, and then it goes to basketball and football. And if you live somewhere like I do, where it's like kind of evenly mixed between black, white, and Hispanic, it goes to all three, and they do nothing. The only thing that gets covered in band is anything related to the fucking football team. So the people who beat on the fucking drums and do pep rallies, they get a little bit more funding. But you don't have orchestras, you don't have music writing, you don't have chorus, you don't have art.
They did away with chorus?
No, they're still there, but they're fucking severely underfunded.
Okay.
Like if you're a kid and you're not wealthy, you're not able to do it because there are no slots for people that may need to be subsidized. And I know people will go, oh, well, if they need to be subsidized, they don't mean to do it. But the fucking football team, if you can't buy sports fucking pads and all that, there's plenty of fucking subsidized positions for them.
What's your thoughts on school accreditations?
So my school had to go through the accreditation program when I was in middle school.
Okay.
And I actually got to see how they do it, and it's a fucking joke. It's a joke. It's a joke of all jokes. They don't actually take in standardized test scores, which is better than nothing. It's not the best, but it's like a mid-ground. They don't actually take into account standardized test scores. They pull students out. They literally watch the teachers for about 6 weeks, pull some of the worst students, some of the mid students, and some of the high class students, some of the like gifted students, and they interview us. I was one of the people that was interviewed because, and this is what I was told, I had a high IQ, low grade, but I had a low grade point average and a high fucking a high standardized test score. So they wanted to understand where the disconnect was in education. And you're asking fucking like middle school or high schoolers this, because when they do the accreditation, they don't actually go to elementary school because they have to interview the students, and they don't really want to interview like elementary school students because they can't really give. I don't think middle school or high schoolers can actually give the answers and think critically. But there's a bunch of set fucking questions they ask you, and they ask you to explain the shit in your own fucking words.
Hey, Beth.
Hello. And I told them outright when I was interviewed that I'm not engaged. There's not enough actual on-hands learning. You sit there and you get fucking bored. You copy from a book. And I said, the reason that I misbehave is I'm not liked by some of my teachers because I'm poor. And quite frankly, I feel like I'm smarter than them. And every time there's a field trip where I can do something fun, I get written up and I'm not able to go. And
like my son.
And I said, if I can't do on-hands learning and I'm stuck in a classroom copying from a book, and I have a teacher that's, for one, quite frankly, underpaid. I didn't word it just like this, but these are the points I remember bringing up. That's underpaid and has 30 fucking students per one teacher. And then y'all are more focused on discipline, but yet you half-ass the discipline, and the students that are bringing in drugs and causing problems, you allow to stay. But if there's a fucking honor student that breaks one rule, she has to sit with somebody like me in ISS for 5 fucking days.
Yeah.
I said, that's a fucking problem.
That is a big problem. It's actually ironic, and it kind of ties back into the whole football thing. I remember back when I was in high school. So technically I dropped out, but I still got a full diploma because I went online. I got dropped out because, there was a kid who, and it was like the same week that my grandmother died, and I lived with my grandmother, and he basically said, "Oh, well, I'm glad your grandma died. I hope she's in hell." And I asked him, "Do you really believe that?" He's like, "Yeah, and I hope you go to hell too." I'm like, okay. Began to beat the ever-living shit to him, put this guy in a hospital, didn't go to jail because he luckily also lived with his grandmother, and his grandmother said, my grandson shouldn't have said that. But there was another time that was not related to me. But there was this fucking junior varsity football. He was like the quarterback, and he was like the best quarterback they had. But the guy who was black was a drug dealer. And one day he fucking died because he did a drug deal went bad because he sold a guy fake shit, and the guy got pissed. It was an adult, and the adult came up to his house, and the guy was trying to climb out the window, and he shot him. And then everyone at school the next day was crying about it, all sad. We had a prep rally talking about it. Teachers wouldn't do their fucking work because of it. There was one English teacher who eventually came out that she was having sexual affairs with her that was just fucking devastated. But I really didn't like it, and I was just talking to some people. I'm like, but the guy did drugs and was a drug dealer. He was a criminal. Well, he was a very good person. He was, he was an angel. He was a very good football player. But I'm like, that's not the fucking point. And it's like, it ties back into the whole thing.
Outweigh the bad.
Fair enough. Due diligence says same for me in middle school. I scored third highest in school in reading comprehension, but scored lowest in English and spelling. They were baffled. See, my thing is, even when it comes to spelling, and you can ask anybody who I text or type, I can't spell worth fuck. I still exceeded standards on standardized tests. And I've had several teachers who taught me, like, you're very intelligent. Why don't you apply yourself? I'm like, what the fuck's the point? Like, in middle school, I remember having a conversation with my guidance counselor, the fucking vice principal, and another people. And I pointed at the principal, and I'm like, this bitch told me that and I did say bitch, if this bitch told me if I didn't go in ISS and I didn't sit there with nothing to do, and I couldn't ask teachers when I didn't know something, I had to figure it out myself, that she would take me from my mom and family and have me put in RYDC for as long as she could. I said, what the fuck is the point? I get told, and this was when we were doing Georgia history, and Georgia history is literally all about telling white kids you're bad because slavery.
Exactly. South Carolina had that too.
And I'm not trying to pull the white people victim shit. I'm literally talking about somebody that spent the vast majority of his school career in ISS from elementary school to high school, and I was just as intelligent as the fucking girls who literally were valedictorian of our graduating class.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
And it's funny because the only reason me and the valedictorian of our class became friends was because in middle school, she gave out gum and was given 5 days in ISS. Meanwhile, literally, the males who were on honor roll got busted for fucking weed, a prolific amount of weed, to the point that they just stopped doing the fucking drug searches because it would have brought our test scores down so much to kick those kids out of school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yet the girl who never.
Hey, can you guys hear me fine?
Yeah, what
Yeah.
you do. The girl
Yeah.
who never broke a rule, the girl who never did anything wrong, sold a piece of fucking gum because it was her last piece and somebody offered her 50 cents and she wanted a Coke. A teacher saw that. She got written up and got 5 goddamn days in ISS.
That's wild.
Wow.
An honor student. And then you got somebody like me who literally had to spend 2/3 of the school year in ISS because teachers just didn't want to deal with a student who asked questions and was quote unquote argumentative.
I had
A
that
troublemaker.
I mean, you guys are talking about something that's near and dear to my heart, and I think I talked to Beth about it before too. And I'm sorry for cutting you off, but
Yeah, no, you're
the
good.
education system that the education system that we've got right now, like the structure of it was designed in like the early 1900s, right? And the only changes we've made is, hey, we think this is a better way to teach math. But as far as the structure of school goes, it's really against boys. It's not good for boys. It was designed to create, line workers, and we have all these problems in the education system. And to like OG, you mentioned, low grade point but high IQ. This is a big problem with boys, and even just like 20 years ago, they were throwing boys in special ed, and these were highly intelligent boys when they were in like first grade because they were so intelligent, and the school system is built so against them that they looked like idiots, and so they threw them in special ed, and then they actually taught them that they're idiots, and they ended up getting jobs at McDonald's when they could have been an aerospace engineer. I mean, we have to really like change the structure, not just what we're teaching, because I know we are constantly trying to change how we teach, but we're not changing the structure of school. And personally, and this is nothing against like boys and girls, I kind of think that boys and girls need to be segmented in different classes. They can go to the same schools, but have a boys math class and a girls math class, and take the kids outside, take the boys outside and let them wrestle more and like get that energy out. My daughter,
I would agree. I would agree with you on most of that. But me, Flo and Beth actually had this argument. They were against me. I don't care about the Prussian education system. To me, that's not the problem. There are several problems that people don't want to talk about because it's not politically correct. It's not the Prussian system. It's the fact that we do. It's the fact that we do allow young boys and young girls to be in classrooms together. That creates a distraction, especially when you're through puberty. And I'm not going to go into detail on this one, but look at what happened. Look at what happened when we desegregated schools. We had two different cultures clash, and then we had favoritism when it comes to disciplinarianism and other things because schools were scared of getting sued. So a certain demographic's able to act a complete fucking ass, especially in the Deep South. And if you fight them and you're a different demographic and you defend yourself, you get kicked out of school. Because that's ultimately what got me kicked out of school.
I had
exact reason.
With my daughter in high school. She got attacked.
No. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. And that's not a problem of the Prussian institution. The Prussian educational system is used by Japan and China to this day, and they produce more engineers and better students. It's not a problem to produce students to fucking do a job and be contributing members of society. What is a problem is when you focus too much on discipline to keep order, and then you wind up letting certain fucking people just cause chaos and problems. And you know what? It also affects that demographic because there were several young black girls who were beaten up and treated like shit and told, aka they act white. And when they defended themselves, they got kicked out. And then there was one black boy. There was one black boy that was keeping a list of black students and white students that bullied him. And when he wanted to report that list, he got charged. He literally got a charge for terrorism because he wrote down a list of students that bullied him and what they said. And because they were so scared of my shooter, and because he was a young loner man, and this was a black kid, he got charged with terrorism and removed from school. Guess what happened? Like, and I'm not one of the, because I played football. I'm not one of these fucking people that blames all the problems on football. I think that I think athletics in school is needed. I also think band and the cultural shit is needed. The thing is, this young man was a loner, And because a large portion of the football team were pieces of shit, and that's why I corrected Panfusa and said it's Billy Ray, and just like it's all the low IQ motherfuckers that get away with this shit because they may or may not be good at sports, or they may or may not be connected in these small towns. Because there were just as many black and white students on that dude's list who fucked with him that were all on sports teams. There was even some people on the band team.
Well, so what happened?
Shits. He got charged for terrorism because he had a list of students' names.
Right, but you said something happened after that.
He took himself out of the equation.
Gotcha.
Oh my God.
Yo,
I got you.
check this out, OG. My daughter, she has severe ADHD, and the school counselor, this was in elementary school, encouraged her to write down how she felt on a piece of paper and then go burn it, bury it, do something with it, just to get out how she felt. And she had been having a rough day.
Wait, hold on. What's bogus? Is there anything that I said that's wrong that we have an issue? Like constructive bullying, like bullying that makes people adjust their behavior to the norm, is demonized, but yet we let fucking gang members plague our fucking schools and do crime? There's nothing bogus about that. That's a fact.
Yeah, that is a fact.
They've made a few movies about it, right?
My daughter,
people understand.
We had issues in high school with my daughter and friends getting attacked. And holy shit, like even though they were the victims, the ones who attacked this group of girls ended up totally like
why do y'all think I say a certain demographic instead of just saying blacks? And I fucking corrected Panfusa when he said Jamal. I said it's also Billy Ray. It's a fucking low IQ fucking problem where these people literally cause issues and pick fights because they're bored, because they don't want to be there, and you force them to be there. Plain and simple. It's not a black or white
personally,
issue.
Like you guys are kind of it's not a black or white, and I don't think you can put, like, when I brought up the separating boys and girls, you agreed with that, and then you brought up culture, right? And I think each of these affect each other. There's always be culture. Like if you put a bunch of white kids that are atheists and Christian together, they're going to have a culture problem, right? So it's not just about race.
Not
but
as
that's
much
a different issue than how you educate boys and girls, because a Hispanic
races together, to be fair, vibe, not as much, and that is kind of a problem, and the evidence and the demographics prove.
And then
what I'm trying to say though is the problem is low IQ people just not wanting to be there and engage. I'm not trying to make this a race issue because, like I just told you, the stories of the black students that I know, what they went through. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I know this is near and dear to you. I apologize for that, because it's partially an issue, but it's not the main fucking thing. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, it isn't.
And let Vibe finish, because I rudely cut him off.
And I want to break. I just kind of was looking at breaking them apart, right? They do intermingle, but like you mentioned, differences in cultures, right? And I'm saying the cultures can be anything from race to religious affiliation to being athletic versus in band, right? I mean, you have all these issues that cause bullying, right? That is separate than the education issue between how we teach boys and how we teach girls. Then you also brought up about punishment. Now, this is something I think, once again, if you're in elementary school and you're a boy who's being educated wrong and you act out and you get punished, and after like being punished 4 times, you go, hey, this is just the kid I am. The school taught him that he is that, and he proceeds to be that. So the educational system that's meant to actually bring these great children that shouldn't be drug dealers in the future is the same education system that is actually teaching them, because they're teaching a boy incorrectly. They're teaching a boy that he's going to be misbehaved and this is his future, and he turns into the exact thing the school is doing. So I agree with you that in some ways, like, these punishments are crazy. But I would first tack how we're teaching boys and turning them into these boys that become mischievous boys. I'm not talking about IQ, right? I'm just talking so, I mean, you brought up IQ. You brought up different demographics, sex, and then the punishments, right? And I think they all intertwine, but I think each one, like if you solve the boy-girl teaching issue, you'll see a lower rate of boys that are misbehaving and then once we do that, the boys that are misbehaving, they're being educated correctly, they're getting their energy out. Now we actually have to look at how do we look at that on a punishment level. We've lowered the punishment level, but now we got to figure out the ones that still are misbehaving. What's going on there? Is that an IQ thing? How do we manage that? I say you just hold them back until they're actually at their F level.
Well, then you end up with Jamal and fucking.
So yeah,
and
I mean
Jim
that
Bob
was
being
my
like
my
25 in 5th grade. No, and I typically agree with that, but like I said, you end up with fucking Jamal and Billy Ray being 25 in 5th grade because they just ain't gonna fucking get right. The thing about it is, and this is gonna catch me some shit from the white nationalist side, but this is something I've seen actually work. This is when you listen to the black fathers and the black coaches, because I think that they have more experience dealing with single mother households and young men without fathers, and that is a huge issue. Young men from broken homes and young men without fathers, because that's where the sports program is supposed to give those students discipline and order and structure. And like I can understand, and because like when I was going to school, one of the things that they did, and they did this for all boys, this was not just a black person thing, but it was mainly populated by black people because of the rates of single like mother households and broken homes are higher in the black community. But there were also a lot of white and Hispanics there, because I'm from a small town devastated by the drug issues that's been going on for 30 to 40 years. And they had programs that they implemented for all young men that were troubled, that were kind of sort of mandatory. You at least had to go check them out one time. And like we did see an increase in test scores, and disciplinary actions kind of dropped, but they didn't drop by much. They were positive, and there was things that showed that they were working, but then the single mothers got angry that their sons were being disciplined and bitched and complained to the school board about it. And you can't tell my baby what to do because you ain't his daddy. So I mean,
it just keeps on getting bigger. I mean, I would agree that parenting has to do with it. Are you coming from separated family, or even an abandoned father or mother? Even in a marriage, are both parents working? The issue just keeps on getting bigger and bigger and bigger when you look at like everything that's happening in the educational system. So, we can keep on expanding it. And this is one of the hard things, like when debating people on this stuff, where people are like, children should be home taught, or education would be better if both parents, or if one parent stayed at home and they stayed together. But every time you look at it, there's so many other factors in there that really contribute. Like there's a major overhaul. Maybe this kind of goes to what you were saying, America's screwed. It would be like, to really work this system, there's so much that has to be done, and so much coordination that has to happen from the right, left, and center, right? And we can't seem to agree. So we're just gonna keep on screwing with our kids.
It goes back to what I was talking about. Like I said, I watched the Chicago 7 kind of infotainment documentary on Netflix. And what I don't understand is like, fuck Antifa, fuck communists, fuck traitors, right? But the war in Vietnam served no purpose for America. Why in the hell were the right-wing nationalists not marching with them in protesting this useless, pointless war that was killing Americans from all walks of life, killing our sons for nothing? It's like this country is so fucking retarded, and has been for quite a while. And this is why I don't like the right, and I quite frequently argue with even you guys who like are right wing. And it seems like I'm politically homeless because I think that a lot of the things that y'all say is stupid. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think it wouldn't fix the problem. Just like I think the left is fucking retarded and definitely won't fix the problem. And this is why I call myself fascist. This is why I call myself third positionist, because nobody seems to be pragmatic enough and understanding of the situations to actually do something to benefit the people versus corporations, versus some politician's pocket. What's up, Grid? How you doing?
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm on the soapbox today.
Yeah, I smelled someone talking politics, and I had to jump in. It's required.
That's like the gay. I mean, I thought you were cool. That's like the gayest take ever. You know.
What the hell?
I just had to do it. I had to. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. Be careful.
Yeah. Hey, so it's interesting to me. I just heard a little bit of that, but it's really interesting to me how many people waffle back and forth. So I'm fairly consistent constitutional conservative, right? I don't believe in big government. I don't believe in any kind of ism, for the most part. And it just really bothers the fuck out of me that we actually hear people on the right say stupid ass shit like paternity test should be required by law, mandatory, before that you sign a birth certificate. And I think that's retarded. We want to give the government more control for fucking sure. That's something. Yeah, that I literally just don't. I don't get it. I don't get how people claim to be conservative but ask for more government. If you were conservative, by definition, you want less government. You want more effective government. We can say that, but you want less of it, right? And so it's pretty fucking gay, honestly.
What's up, Grid?
I don't think that that's wrong. I don't think that's even giving the government more power.
How is it not?
I think that the paternity there's so many people that have lied
Sure.
about the paternity of their fucking family.
Yeah, absolutely.
That this becomes a huge fucking issue. I think they try to say 60 or some high ass number like that. I think it's more close to 30% of men who are married are raising children that aren't theirs. Like, that's crazy.
Sure. But here's the problem I have with it. Were you okay with the government mandating you get the jab?
Not really.
Okay.
I was okay.
Same fucking thing.
I was okay with the government mandating masks, not the jab. That's a medical
You're okay with them mandating masks?
Yep.
Even though they were absolutely ineffective and wrong?
They were not ineffective. Masks.
The science says otherwise, brother.
No, actually, the science says if people actually wore masks and did what they were supposed to, the mask would have been effective. People did not do what they were supposed to do with them. If they wore them, they put their nose over them.
Are we going to have a science battle?
No, we're not. We're not. People don't have to agree.
That's just wrong. But I mean, it's okay. It's okay to be wrong.
Well, there are doctors that come to my channel and say otherwise.
I think, and I have to double check this because I did study this a year ago, that the masks were effective, but the percentage that they were effective was very low. So
yes,
if you wore a mask, there was less chance
them.
of transmitting it. However, the percentage wouldn't have made a big effect, so they were kind of pointless.
Because half the people in the U.S. are retarded and won't listen and say "fuck you" for whatever reason. You can say it's constitutionalist, but half
the
people
only ones that were
"Fuck
truly
you, I won't do
effective
you
were
tell me."
those M95 ones. Those are the ones that really had any type of true.
I mean,
effectiveness.
Yeah,
to it.
no.
The
material
stuff ain't doing shit.
The material and grade did matter. I will grant that, but also just when it comes to disease transmission, the way the math works is even if you were covering your face with a piece of cloth, you were less likely to get it Like it
No,
just
no. That's backwards. If you had a face covering, you were less likely to transmit it because the vapor spray, the viral load would be concentrated in your mask. However, the converse of that is that you would stay sick longer. Why?
well, I mean, even if that be the case,
Hang on, I got
what?
to I got something.
All right. Well, even if that were to be the case, then wouldn't it be better for those who had it to stay sick longer, for those who don't have it to like not get it? Like that's kind of makes no sense. The problem is Americans are extremely individualistic to the point they think that they like anything they do in their individual lives don't affect others. And that's kind of retarded. You don't have the right to spread your disease, just like giving somebody AIDS intentionally used to be a crime in California, but thanks to the homo lobby, it's not anymore. Like intentionally giving someone a disease of any stripe should be considered assault. Like it should be dealt with harshly, no matter how insignificant the disease. Because if you will willingly spread the cold, I think that you would willingly spread AIDS. I don't think that that's a very high jump to make.
Yeah, I mean we can agree to degree. I mean, we can find some common ground there, but the real point is that everyone, nobody was, well, some people were okay with getting the jab, but most weren't. And when it was broached to mandate the jab, that became a huge problem for a lot of people. And me included, right? Like
it should be, because that's forcing a medical procedure onto somebody. That's That's understandable.
Yeah. Well, it's
but
not
to be told in order to go into public spaces you have to wear a mask, that is a very different beast altogether.
Right, but again,
and hold on, just like saying a paternity test. Here's the thing: just because it's a quote unquote mandate, do you really think that they're going to hold the potential dad down and scrub the inside of his mouth? No, they're going to give him the option. They're going to say, "Hey, in order for you to sign the birth certificate, you kind of need to."
Well, that would actually help men. That would actually help men, because the claim that the reason that it's necessary is that in some states, California being one of them, a man doesn't have to be present for a woman to write in the father's name. So you could have actually never met that woman before, in theory, and she could write your name in. And as far as the law is concerned, you are the father of that child until you prove otherwise. Also, in states like California and Colorado, if there is a disagreement about paternity, right? Or let's say that Vibe, for example, says, "Hey, this isn't my kid." His wife, ex-wife, whatever she is at the time, can say, "I don't consent to that medical procedure being done on my son or daughter, whatever." And Vibe will have to go to court and get a court order to compel a DNA test on his child. And so there's some fucked up things all the way around. But I'm just against anything anything mandatory. I'm just not down with it. Like I just don't. I don't.
Do they really have to do that? Because I do live in California, right? And my wife are contesting on a shot that I want to give the kid, and she says no, and I'm not going to do it unless we both agree, right?
Right.
And but she's still worried that when I go to the doctor, I'm going to tell the doctor, give him the shot. Now, if I am on the birth certificate and I have the legal capability to do that without her, can't I also go, "Okay, can you grab his DNA too and do a test?"
I mean, if you have permission for a procedure, I don't think you can add procedures. But I don't know. I don't study California law, but I know that it's come up in many court cases where a husband that was being sued for child support and financial support, who had like actually didn't even know he had a kid. This actually happened. There was an Asian kid, had a longtime girlfriend. She moved to Colorado. She said she told him that he had a kid. He never got to see the kid, never met the kid, nothing. Had the baby in Colorado. He could not compel her to return to California. He had to go to Colorado, where the laws were basically the same, to prove that it wasn't his child. And it was an uphill battle because She while she was saying this is his child, he owes me child support, she was also saying you don't have the right to prove it's that the kid's child. You have to take my word for it.
And this is interesting, and I'm not actually doubting you. I'm working this through my mind, and this is one of my fears. If what you're saying is true, is right now, without my wife's permission, I'm allowed to get my kids any medical treatment I see fit, as she
Correct.
is as well.
Correct.
So if what you're saying is true, there is actually a subset where they go, he's allowed to do everything except for this one thing, and if it's one thing, I'm sure there's like he can do everything except for these 5 things, right?
Part of it, right? No. The divorcing part of it. Now, if you did it before that, right? Like if you could smell it in the air that you were going to have a child custody battle, and you went down and did that beforehand, like if you did it next week, if you said, hey, you know what, we're just going to go in, do the cheek swabs, it's $50 or whatever it is for the paternity test. If you just did that and you just had that in your back pocket, no problem.
Well, I also wonder if it has anything to do with who's insuring the kids.
You can't compel your wife to do, your ex-wife, whatever, to do anything, especially when it comes to the children.
Yeah, if you're not together, a court has to give you.
In Tennessee, it's a little different. Custody. But I'm just picking on the 2 states that are the worst offenders.
Well,
I'll give you a situation. My daughter got married in Missouri, and her husband ran off.
I totally derailed Orthodox Guy's conversation about
no.
Shit, and
no. This is actually part of the conversation. I like these discussions because you say that you're against it, but then you say it could help men, and the whole point is to help men not get screwed over.
It could help men to not have the test be mandatory, because they could say, I just don't want to do the test, and but not currently. In some states, the laws would not benefit men in some states, because we do not have because we obviously have states' rights. Every state has a different way they deal with child custody. In some states, if Vibe were to take his kid and be gone 8 hours and not tell his wife where he was, and especially if he crossed the state line, if he went to Nevada for the day or whatever, or Arizona. He's close to Arizona, I think. If he did that, she could go to the court and file charges against him and have him accused of kidnapping his own child.
I think that's only if they're separated, because once you separate, that's the point where you need a court to say
I think what
kind of custody you have. You can have physical custody and legal custody, and with the legal custody, the father has to be given at least 50% legal custody in order to have any input in medical decisions made for the child. If you're married, though, you have equal rights. You can do whatever you want with your children.
It's almost like our government's trying to take fathers and destroy fathers.
Well, like I said, my daughter.
It's not just fathers; it's the whole family.
My daughter got married in Missouri. Her husband ran off, disappeared, and so she got another boyfriend in Nevada, of all places. Got pregnant, had a kid. Even though this dude's name is on the birth certificate for the child, according to when it came to her trying to get child support out of this dude.
Yeah, the court went after her husband, didn't they?
Because she was legally still married by law, regardless of whose name was on that birth certificate, the law looks at it as if it was her husband's child.
Well, no, as if
that's actually
married, the husband's name usually goes on.
Well, the thing is, like that's actually the argument behind the mandatory DNA test. It's to establish if you were responsible for child support if you get a divorce, and to make sure that you were the father. So that would actually eliminate that as being a thing, and that's the whole argument. It's not really if you're married to a woman and y'all are together and y'all are happy, mandatory DNA test just to inconvenience you or to give the government control. It's so that somebody can't fake paternity or run off and cheat and come back and like, oh, I'm pregnant, and force you to have to take
my exact position on it is that the law, there should be a law in every state that says that at any time a man wants, he doesn't need his wife's permission to get a DNA test on children that are being claimed to be his, right? So if a woman and basically this is to prevent a woman from showing up 5 years down the road and saying, hey, this is your kid, and we've been legally separated all this time, and I'm suing you for child support. And then you have to fight and spend thousands upon thousands of dollars just to get a DNA test to prove that it's not your kid. And this is kind of the lawfare that some evil ass women use, or encouraged to use by the government, to go after men for money, right? And keep the families split up rather than anything else. So, but hold on, I just may wind it up. So currently, only a few states have laws that allow a man without, if they're separated or he didn't know he had a kid or whatever, that allow him to compel a DNA test, to have the wife show up at a doctor or whatever to have a DNA test or a paternity test. Very few states have that. And I think that's where it ought to be, right? Like, I don't think it should be mandatory at birth, but I think, because I just don't believe in mandatory. I don't believe in mandatory vaccines. I don't believe in mandatory jack shit. Like we're humans. We're all different. We all have different needs, wants, and desires. We have different faiths. We have different outlooks on life. We have different cultures. And what works for me isn't going to work for the Amish. It's not going to work for the Mennonites. It's not going to work for the fucking communists that are taking over Minnesota. It's just not going to work for those people. So, in this one case, in many cases, I think that the law has to be tailored to your state. And I don't believe there should be anything mandatory, but the option should exist, because right now in some states, not my state, but in some states, you can't compel your ex to produce the child for a DNA test. You can make all the appointments you want, and she just doesn't have to show up with that child. And that's unless without a court order. And now you're spending thousands of dollars to go to court to compel a DNA test, which is a 10-minute or 20-minute procedure. So that's that's my exact position on it, right?
See, my issue as a son of the South, my issue with states' rights is we lost the war, Grid. I'm glad to know you're on our side. You wear the gray and all, but we lost the war, unfortunately. And now
we paused.
Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
Don't ever say we lost, brother, because there was no surrender. There was a ceasefire, and that ended in time.
But no, the reason that I'm so angry and I'm so dismissive of states' rights now was the outcome in 1869. And the thing is, the left is now wanting to use states' rights after all these years of curtailing states' rights, of speaking out against states' rights. They're trying to use states' rights to allow a woman to flee to abort somebody's child, or to circumnavigate the law and fuck over the family. And that's kind of why you'll hear me speak out against it, because how are you going to enforce that DNA test without a mandatory DNA test? How are you going to force that if she goes somewhere like California? They're not going to extradite the lady. They're not going to extradite the child.
Well, again, I believe that all states should have a law like this, right? But it could be different for every
New York
every
has
state,
laws
right?
like that. I moved 3 hours away, and they almost made me move back.
Yeah. I think that a lot of it depends on where the court is it's handling the case and that sort of thing. So, and again, I agree with Lauren. I think there are shitty men and shitty women. I don't believe that there's a war. So I used to believe, kind of the red pill-ish dialogue, that there's a war against men specifically, and it with all of the feminization and the bullshit, which it's a valid point can be made, but I actually believe now, I've come to believe that it's actually a war on the family. It's a war on the family unit. It convinces women that they don't need no damn man, and it convinces men that they're not good enough for women. Right?
Yeah,
And
it's
so
a diversion tactic.
it's not specifically to deball men to the point where they can't function. It's specifically meant to destroy the family. And you can look at Red Pill specifically is a perfect example of this. If you watched Andrew's debate the other night with Coach, whatever the fuck his name is, the guy who's probably never been a coach but calls himself a coach. I don't know. Maybe he is. I don't know. I don't give a shit.
Probably life coach.
Yeah, he's a life coach,
Oh,
right? I'm a
he's-
life coach, motherfuckers. It's actually on my website that I'm a life coach. That
He
makes it
is
real.
a woman basher to the max.
Right. Well, no, his point of view is that, you know, in his point of view, the structure has become so slanted against men that, you know, that to combat feminism, what they need to do is go around and fuck a bunch of women, which is what feminism preaches, is that women can go fuck a bunch of men. So this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. Like literally the dumbest shit
going
I've
on?
ever heard in my life.
Now, I have a question though. Do you think it's actually a war, or do you think it's just the decline in our moral ethics? Right, saying that, like, I mean, through all these different processes.
I think it's orchestrated. I think we see it in our media, in our books, in our movies. Every song you fucking hear, the radio station you listen to on the way to work, everywhere you tune into in America, the amount of bullshit, agenda-driven nonsense you're going to hear is off the scale.
Yeah, but I mean, and you know what? I can concede. I actually see the war, right? And I feel like
It's a war.
A lot of us that are jumping on here, but is it an organized war in the sense where there's like this party that says, I want to destroy families? Or do you think that the mentality of going, oh, I think I'm a free mind because I realize that like Christian ethics aren't the ethics of the science and universe, and therefore I'm not actually going out to destroy the world or destroy the family, but the consequences of my view is destroying the family.
Okay.
When people are alone, they're easier to control.
Yeah. So fractured families are very easy to control. Women need money and they don't want to work, so they go after the men who are working. Men want to spend time with their families, and so they'll do what it takes to make that happen. So if you can't see how neatly this puzzle fits together, it's insane, right? Like if you don't think it's orchestrated and planned and to some degree, and now obviously I don't think the rank and file do that. So yeah, see us at the war, man. It's good. So
before we get off this, I tend to agree with you. This is why I'm anti-red pill, because I see them as no different than feminists.
They are feminists.
And it's to continue the demoralization of the American family and the American men and women specifically for feminism and red pill. And that's one thing that annoys me with the leftists is they'll bitch about the manosphere and the red pill, but it's like feminists do the same fucking shit.
So it's an interesting thing because if you talk to a red pill guy, he's going to say some bullshit like, well, I'm not feminist. And yet you cannot execute red pill mantra without feminism. You can't. You can't do it without women being complete shitbag sluts. You can't run through a bunch of women if they're proper Christian women that keep their legs closed, or just even proper ethical women. And we don't even have to get into morality. We can simply use ethics, a framework of rules that, hey, just keep your legs closed and don't fuck everybody, right?
Why are you putting it all on women? Men are just as guilty.
If you didn't listen, if women weren't doing that, men couldn't take advantage of it. Men won't speak out against it because they have easy access to sex. This is the pieces fit together perfectly, right? If you had women telling other women, hey, have some self-respect, don't sleep with
what about men telling a man to keep the damn thing in the holster? Just because you got a gun don't mean you got to shoot it.
But the red pill doesn't say that. That's my problem with the red pill. The red pill says go bang women. That's my
okay.
problem with the red pill. The red pill
Grizz-
says to be a high value man, you can't value women in the same way that you value other men. That men are men. Oh, strong. We're all badass alpha.
Okay, I got you.
I actually read something on Facebook. It was either this morning or yesterday morning from a Manosphere post. It said, in order to be a high value man, you have to sleep with many women, because if you sleep with one woman, you give her all of your time, affection, and energy, and she betrays you. So in order to break the illusion that women have on society about marriage and monogamy, and be a high value man, be the best man you can be, you have to sleep with many women.
Right.
And that's
retarded. This is the problem I have with red pill. Now, red pill has kind of started walking that back. Myron Gaines used to say you had to sleep with 50 women before you could consider yourself a high value man, which is dumb as fuck. That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. So Andrew called him on it. Andrew straight called him on it and said, "What the fuck are you talking about? That's dumb." And he's walked that back, but only because the rhetoric is more and more people are seeing that without feminism, red pill can't exist. Without the red pill trying to foster this idea of misogynistic behavior towards women, then feminism doesn't have anything to rage against, and it kind of starts losing its allure, right?
Yeah, they feed each other.
So I feel like it would be completely the opposite, right? Like if I had 50 women knocking on my door and I hadn't chosen one, now I'm high value. If I have 50 women knocking on my door and I put them all through there, I have no value.
Sex affects men and women mentally the same way. If you have, it fucks with your pair bonding. If you have multiple women, and just like if you're a woman to have multiple men, it starts to negatively affect your brain and emotional state.
You put no value on it, right?
Yeah,
it's strictly an animal act.
On pair bonding is kind of split right now. It's going to be interesting to see where it goes from here. But I think the reality. Well, there's two realities that we have to say out loud, right? Every single time a woman has sex, she can get pregnant. Every single fucking time, if she's capable of getting pregnant, obviously. I don't care what pill you have. I don't care what. I don't give a shit. There is no 100% effective birth control except abstinence. So let's just put that out there. And so every time a woman has sex, she's playing Russian roulette with that dude. And if she's having meaningless sex, meaning that she's only banging the dude because he looked cool in his Ferrari, that's bad. That has a high potential for bad. Men obviously, we can't get pregnant. So a lot of men feel like, I'm not saying this is right or wrong, but a lot of men feel like, hey, it's your problem. I think that's a shitty attitude. I think that's a really fucked up thing to think about, but it is the reality.
And I have a question for the women.
One second, Bob. 1 second. D4 brought up a good point. If you're a man making decent money, options are present all the time. And that's what I was going to say. Like, women who sleep with these quote-unquote high-value men, they're seeing access to resources, and that's in their nature.
Sure.
So you're going to see these women competing for the 10% of men who are wealthy,
right,
handsome, and believe it or not, it's just a social dynamic of our evolution as humans that if you're tall, handsome, you're typically going to be seen as having a higher value. And even in society, those tall and handsome gentlemen typically make more money than the average man as well. That's just a symptom of our evolution and our genetics, because those people that have good genetics typically have higher IQs and better pattern recognition and can make better money, make better decisions, which attracts more access to mates. It's not a bad thing. The problem with the sexual revolution is it told women that you should just fuck everybody, that's your competition, that you should do, that your value is within your body. That's why I argue with Dusty and 10th Man about porn, because you're teaching young women that the only value they have is sex. They don't have value in anything.
Yeah, agreed.
Good. And you're teaching the man who's watching and consuming that porn, especially now that it's available to teenage kids before they have sex, that this is the level of sex that all women like, and what you see online is not necessarily what they want, right? And
I mean,
it may
all
be
bitches
very
I've been with
disappointing
like
for
to
the
be
man
choked. I'm gonna be real.
when she doesn't do what he sees on porn when he has his first experience, and now he's been deluded, right? And I mean, and this is part of the drop in our value of ethics, right? It's sad.
I have to go jump on my show, but this is a great conversation. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm pretty anti-red pill. What's funny is that I was on a show with Marte and some other dudes the other night, and a couple of women the other night, and I was just bashing these red pill guys, and they kept coming at me, and they're like, "Hey, everything you're saying is red pill," and I'm like, "Nah, it's not. Red pill co-ops things. Red pill has a good list of descriptors, right? For men, get your money right, get in shape, or at least be healthy. Be good at something, read, constantly educate yourself. It has a lot of good descriptors. The problem comes in the prescriptions that you need to go out and bang all these women, what they define as a high value woman, that basically everything that to them, the interaction between a man and a woman is basically transactional, that you are using each other for utility, which I think is the most fucked up thing I could ever hear someone say out loud. Like, my wife and I do not have a transactional relationship, right? Like, she didn't give me children, right? Like, we made those together, right? Like, it's just a horrendous prescription for the outlook of your life, which is why I just can't get in the red pill. And the more they talk about it, the worse it gets. So, while I can agree, Donna, or pardon me, Lauren, while I can agree that it's most human interactions are transactional, in our relationships, it should not be transactional.
Correct.
Relationships are largely transactional.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. But the thing about it is they're transactional for a purpose within the family unit. And that's what Grid's talking about, is the family unit.
I don't think I see it as transactional, but we can argue that another.
That I would agree with.
I've got to jump off and do my show, guys. I'm sorry.
Good.
But
Thank you for coming by, Grid.
Yeah, you guys have a great.
I heard oysters work if you're deluded.
Yeah, I mean, and just to continue on Grid's transactional theme, I agree with him and you guys, where if you really break it down, everything is transactional, right? I mean, I can concede to that. However, there are transactional relationships where, like, you give me this and then I'll give you that, where you guys are agreeing that I'm giving you this, I'm giving you that. Now, I don't think my relationship, and I'm assuming, but I can't talk for Grid, the reason he thinks his isn't transactional, and the reason I don't think mine's transactional is because we don't have an agreement where if she does this, I do that, and back and forth. It's just we actually enjoy each other, and that's a transaction. I get that. I get enjoyment from her, she gets enjoyment from me, so that's one type of transaction. But when you guys are actually, like, if you're in a transactional relationship where it's just, I only do this if you do that, that I think is a bad transactional relationship. The type that I think Grid was talking about is where you guys just work together. That's it, right? And I'd love it to be purely transactional, because then I think actually my wife owes me.
Well, see, crazy mama, woman bad, STFU, be seen but not heard, red pill. Aside from that woman bad part, I agree. STFU, be seen and not heard. I give the radiator out of love. The radiator in chain is out of love.
Oh, trust me, my wife is not be seen, not heard. Like, she's heard.
Chain them all to the chain them all to the radiators, and the radiator is out of love. All right, out of love.
This is a great thing. I've been working on this little thesis. I don't know if it's actually going to work out.
One second. What's up, Alpha? How you doing? I've never seen you before. What's your purpose? I've seen you kind of take issue in chat with some of what Grid was saying. What's up?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Nah, because I live in Southern California. I live in the mountains about 5,000 feet up. So if you can't hear me, let me know. We don't get good internet, but we got great big bears. So let me know.
Are you up near Big Bear or Lake Arrowhead?
No, I'm on the other side. I'm in the Los Padres Mountains. I'm way on the other side of that. I can see the ocean if I go all the way up to the top. I'm on the other side. I'm on the west side of the mountains.
Got it. Got it. I love the mountains.
All right, let me say this, and I'm gonna make it very plain and very clear. As you guys know, y'all mention it, but y'all keep leaving out a key part. Before the sexual revolution, there was a standard. That standard became the tradition, and people tried to conserve that standard. So the standard traditional conservative base rule before the sexual revolution was virgin bride. That's a fact. That's a historical fact. And that's what the women revolted against. That's what the sexual revolution was about. It was about what? Have sex like a man.
Where was that a fact at? Because
you can look it up. You can look it up. It was expected.
The only expectation of a virgin bride was to monarchs of a certain age and to establish alliances between families and houses. The peasant.
That's not true, sir. That's not true. We went through something called the sexual revolution.
No,
not true.
This is well before the sexual revolution. There have always been promiscuous women. There's always been promiscuous men. The standard was not being a virgin. People had married and married widows. They married all peasants married all sort of people.
I have a question. What is the symbolism of the white dress?
It's supposed to be virgin, but that doesn't make your point.
Purity.
Outstanding.
Yep.
The symbolism of the symbol of the white dress again comes from nobility, not peasants. The symbolism and ceremony of marriage came from the wealthy class and the nobility of Europe in the medieval ages. So again,
you're correct. You are correct. You're correct. I'm saying that before the sexual revolution, everything you're saying is correct. You're talking about the history of marriage, how it started, the purity of the white dress. But I'm telling you, before the sexual revolution, and you are correct, there were women who was having sex outside the institution of marriage. And what would they do with that woman if they found out? And this was in law. They should do something to that woman and that man if they found out they had sex. What would they used to do?
I feel like you're confusing some things, right? So if we're talking about feminism and why, there's been multiple waves of feminism. The very first wave of feminism was for access to education, property rights, and single motherhood, right? But it started in the 1800s, right? It wasn't until like the second wave where they started going, hey, now we actually want more representation in government, and we want to be treated more like men, where we can not be judged if we have sexual relationships. But now, to your conservative point, now if you're not talking about like the feminism movement, if you remove that, now you actually have kind of a point. Like if we're just going by social values and remove feminism from it, you kind of have a point there. But if you're relating it to feminism, it doesn't line up.
What am I saying is this, is simply this, is that if you're going to talk about dating and mating, and you're going to talk about fixing dating and mating, right? You have to look at where you started from to where you are now. And that's the problem that I'm having, because before the sexual revolution, they used to make people get what's called shotgun weddings if they found out they had sex before the institution of marriage. You can look that up. That was in law.
The shotgun wedding was specifically if you knock someone up,
or you had sex with them, or if you had sex with them.
It was not about sex.
And let me ask you this question:
you got someone pregnant
before the implementation of feminism, right? Was women considered under the father until they got married in terms of property? Was they not considered that?
Not
in the United States, no, but religiously speaking,
they didn't have credit cards. They couldn't get loans. They couldn't get bank accounts.
Well, credit cards didn't happen until 1980s. So in that first phase, that didn't even exist.
The point I'm making is this, and this is exactly why I brought this up, because I'm seeing a lot of people online saying we need to go to some kind of trad-based conservative society, right? But then when I say, well, what about virgin brides? Oh, no, we don't want, and I'm not a Christian. I'm saying that right now. I believe in God, but I don't believe in religion, because religion causes wars. God ain't never caused no war, in my opinion. But the bottom line is this. Anytime you start talking about this subject of dating and mating and fixing the problem in America, the only solution is regulation. You have to regulate women and men and women's sexual behavior. If you don't want to regulate their sexual behavior, ain't nothing gonna change. Ain't no Bible gonna do it. Ain't no ethics gonna do it. There ain't no morality. It's simple as that. And what is regulation? You either drive the speed limit or I penalize you. That's regulation.
I would disagree with. I would disagree with you. It is going to be what the social norm is that's taught to our children and what we're teaching to our children, right? So if the social norm is, right? I mean, you actually, he made a point. He said that he believes in God, but not like any organized religion. However, our religion actually states exactly what he said. We need to control that, right? Now, as a Christian, we're trying to control it within our families and through our church. We're not asking the government to do it for us. We take it personally, and within our communities, we do a really good job at it. Not 100%. We all know our sexual promiscuity. It happens, but at the same time, we really push for it. And it was the decline in morals where we actually saw that there was really long-lasting marriages when we followed these. And you agreed with that. You actually said we need to stop this, right? Now,
well, let me. I agree with a lot of what you said. I agree with a lot of what you said.
Real quick, let me jump in as the host real quick. So here's the thing, babe. Two things can be true, right? You're both kind of speaking past each other, because aside from the virgin point that gentleman made, there was regulations on morality in this country up until the sexual revolution and feminism, and there were repercussions socially. Now, because of those repercussions, it led to having more virgins, both men and women, pair bond and be married. But there was still a lot of people having sex and a lot of virgins that still got married. The thing
I agree.
is,
and they probably still call themselves virgins.
Well, they still wore the white dress and everything. The thing is, you're both correct, and you're speaking past each other. The problem with what he's talking is, how do you do that today? How do you take the steps back today?
Well,
and that's my point. That's my point. My point is the 19th Amendment. My point is real simple, and I'm gonna make it very plain and brutal. I'm a Leo, by the way. I'm direct. I don't have no filter. I hope I don't get your channel banned, and I'm not trying to do that, but I'm just gonna say it. Women ain't never gonna do nothing you think ethically and moral in dating and mating. They will not do it. They have no ethics, morals, or anything in dating and mating. Period. If you're not gonna regulate their behavior, they are never going to change. It's just that simple. Period.
Why do you think that is?
You have to regulate people's behavior.
Fully true. But I mean, I'm not a woman, and so I can't talk to a woman's mindset. But from the 53 plus years that I've had in my life and the women I've met,
get up here, Ahimsa.
Most women want to be adored. They want to be taken care of, but they also, with all the new feminist waves that have come through, they also still want to have that independence.
That's the problem. They don't want you to tell them who they can screw and who they can't screw. It's just that simple.
And they want your affection and your resources. That is
period.
They want something.
I mean, really, let me tell you what they want to do, sir. This is what women want to do. We know this because we got 70 years of data, behavior, and outcomes since the sexual revolution that proves what they want to do. Here's what they want to do. And I don't advocate for any kind of pedophilia or anything like that. But let's be honest. We have records on file of women, little girls, having sex as early as age 10 with other teenagers. They want to do that at that early. That's a problem. Number two, they want to have as much sex as they can from 18 to 27 years old. Then at about 27, 28, they want to go into the church and say, now I'm being redeemed, and now they're ready to be a trad wife. And what's going on is the men are saying, no thanks, I don't want that. And that's why we got this big problem. So my point is real simple. It's very plain and simple. And this is the problem I have with the traditional based tradcon people. You don't even regulate your own people with your own religion. And I understand y'all position because you are correct, sir. How would you put that in law? And I'm gonna end it on this. Back in the days, if that woman told her father, I'm not listening to you. I don't care what you said, Dad. I'm gonna do Billy. If she went up the ladder, she got a no from the pastor. The pastor said, nope, you are not going to be with Billy because your father said no, and that's that. If she went higher than the pastor to the government, sometimes she would get in trouble. The government said you need to go home and listen to your father. Now you can set up all your little social circle rules and ethical, moral things. All that woman has to do is go to the government, and the government going to say, what? You can do whatever you want. Guess what? We'll pay you to do it. We will pay you to do whatever you want. And boom, that's it. Your ethics, morals, Christian values have absolutely no bearing on getting the government to enforce them. So that's what I'm saying. You have to regulate them from day one, period.
That right there proves this point, because he's absolutely correct, because we live in a secular nation that is about getting and bribing citizens for votes. Ever since the 19th Amendment was passed, we have become more and more leftist because women typically go based on what's quote unquote fair, what sounds fair, and not what is right. That's not just a woman problem. That is also a man problem. If you look at the voting data, men have become more and more leftist over time. You're not going to right this trend. You're not going to fix this trend without severe civil upheaval.
Regulation. Say the word regulation.
Well, it's not even regulate morality.
You can, and we did. But when you stop, you cannot redo it without destroying the nation that you currently inhabit, or it outright collapsing.
I mean, I think Alpha will agree that with this is that there's been a decline in morals, whether you're Christian or secularist, by the way, right?
Correct.
And there has been a decline, even more importantly, in self-value. And I think those two go hand in hand.
Welcome to the show,
That's why I'm saving myself for marriage.
Listen, brother, everything you're saying in terms of ethics, morals, social cues, I'm not denying anything y'all said. Listen, I spent 20 years in the military. And let me tell you something about people if y'all didn't know. You can tell people, give them all kinds of incentive to get off their butt and do something. At the end of the day, they're going to look you in your eye and say, make me do it. Period. Make me do it. Because you guys are assuming that everybody's going to adopt your ethics and morals and dedication to the religion or social cues that you think they have. There are no rules, gentlemen. I want everybody on this panel to hear me loud and clear. There are no rules and regulation in America on dating and mating. You can get ghosted. You can get cheated on. You will get friend zone, foodie calls. Absolutely right. Your wife or husband can cheat on you right now, and in a no-fault divorce, they can leave you and take half of everything, sometimes more than that. I'm simply saying, just like this, stop assuming that human beings are going to have the same dedication and ethics and morals you have in dating and mating. That's the biggest problem right now. You either regulate women's sexual behavior, and yes, I am saying that, ladies, because you can't impose anything on men unless you get men to cooperate with you. Period. Men and women are not equal.
I agree with you. I think that
you're pushing all the blame on the women. That's wrong.
Here's the only issue. You're blaming women because when we did as a country regulate morality, we also regulated morality of men.
Right.
We did.
Right. Yes.
And we should it should not be one-sided. This is why I don't like the red pill or men's rights, because they want to say, oh, we got to get these hoes in line. No, bro. You create these hoes. You create
you can't have the hoes unless you got the men seeking them.
Let me say this.
What do you think of Gen Z being more? They abstain more from alcohol, drugs, as well as sex.
Well, that's typically only the males. When people talk about Gen Z doing that, Gen Z women are actually way more liberal.
Oh, they're bad in high school.
Let me say this. Let me say this. And it's real simple. If you look all over the world at non-Western societies, they have a basic dating and mating system, which is what? They have women who are virgin brides that get married. They get all the parental investment. They get all the respect of the society. And that's that. And they have women, and no offense, who are prostitutes. And I don't judge a prostitute. I don't see any society surviving without having them. We have the most prostitutes in the world, by the way. If y'all didn't know that, you can look that up. So essentially, if you say, well, how are we going to keep these men morally and all this stuff fit? You go back to the original standard where you had the virgin bride wife and the prostitute. This is well documented. In America, they had saloon girls. They were prostitutes, and the wife didn't have no problem with that. Because
So the real problem then is the men here are just wifing up their hoes.
Well, hold on.
They just need to stop marrying their hoes.
Let me finish. Because the problem is that now we got a third woman. The third woman is what we've been trying to do for 7 years, which is what? The third woman is a woman who's not a virgin,
A reformed hoe?
prostitute.
The reformed hoe?
And she's not a prostitute. See what
I
I'm
don't
saying?
know.
What do we call her?
Reformed?
No.
Born again.
Amber Rose had an event for what we call her. What do we call her?
Born again.
No, a slut. That's the problem. Men been marrying sluts for 70 years now, and we know what? We already knew prostitutes don't make good wives, because we told men what? Never turn a hoe into a housewife. Well, we've been turning sluts into housewives.
So that's what I said.
What you're seeing?
That's what I just said.
1 second, gentlemen.
So we agree with each other. I think we just saying different words, but I think me and you agree with each other. But go ahead.
Y'all agree with each other. 1 second, y'all. This gives off the same energy.
Yeah. What you want for that Jasper brunette?
Hell yeah.
That is my
Absolutely.
wife. Man, that's the biggest mistake a pimp could make. Marrying one of his hoes.
That's right.
And
that's the problem. That's the problem, gentlemen. You can set up a society, and it's real simple. You can make it volunteer, because I don't support force of any kind. You just tell women plain straight up, look, you want to get married, you got to do it as a virgin bride. We already know all the statistics on that. Go look it up. All right. And if you don't want to be a virgin, fair enough. You don't get married. All right. You don't have to go be a prostitute, but if you want to be one, go ahead. I think if everybody laid it out like that and made it very plain and simple, it wouldn't be no more drama, because women wouldn't be mad. Because why are they saying now? Over age 30, what are they saying? We're all the good men. See what I'm saying? We're all the good men. All the good men is back in your teen days when you was running the streets doing Girls Gone Wild. See what I'm not judging her for it. I'm not judging you for it. But you cannot expect men who accomplish, who do themselves, who put themselves together, to all of a sudden say, I'm going to forgive all these transgressions you've done and marry you and put a sundress on you and call you a trad wife. That's insane. That is a bad deal. That's a rotten deal. And on this, and I'm going to end it on this, on Andrew Wilson. His message is more dangerous than anything I'm hearing on the internet right now, because he's trying to put men in that position, period, to marry what he married. You think that's a good deal?
I bet you're regretting this comment right now.
That's a rotten deal.
Go ahead, Alpha.
That's a rotten deal. Let's say it up front. That is the worst deal on the planet. Period.
It really is.
Taking care of another man's child by biological and evolutionary dictionary, you are a paternal cuckold. You are taking care of another man's child. That is a failure. You are a complete loser. There is no moral, ethical, high, esoteric, three-dimensional chess that makes that good. No, you a sucker. And the woman won. Shout out to Rachel. She's the biggest hood rat on the internet right now. She is. And she won. That's feminism in your face. Period. So if you don't want to stop women from doing certain things, you don't want to regulate their sexual behavior, virgin brides or none, I'm going to keep telling men, do what you got to do. Any questions before I go?
Alpha, yeah, I got a question for you. So let's take a look at more like the teenage girls, right? Because especially you end up with a lot of teenagers who do rebel against things, and let's take a teenage girl who is with a guy. She's been with him for a long time. She believes they're going to get married. They get pregnant out of wedlock, and he dips. Now, what is your stance when it comes down to that child in that kind of a situation? Because is it, entirely the fault of the young girl, and therefore should the child then be punished for that situation and not have a good man to lead it as it's growing up?
Well, number one, it takes two people to raise a child. So I'm never going to put all the blame on women because you laid down with her and she opened her legs, right, consensually. So it's equal fault in that matter. And I don't see children as a mistake. So I don't support baby deletion. So in my opinion, it's time to grow up. You laid down with them, damn it, you got to get up and pay for them. It is what it is.
Right. So you would therefore. So then what you're saying is you would hold the biological father accountable.
Absolutely. And guess what else I would do? I would tell that woman, you can never marry nobody else.
Well, that's biblical.
What?
Let me. That's biblical. And once you're married, if you get a divorce, you're not supposed to remarry.
Yeah.
No, you're not. Thank you. No, I'm from the South, by the way. I'm from the South, born and raised.
Hell yeah, brother.
And deep down South, we don't play that crap down South. When I was a Christian, they didn't play it. I seen my pastor whoop a woman in front of church, and I'm not advocating for violence, but I seen this in Baptist church. You go down south in them deep Baptist church, they don't play that crap, period. So that's my point. That's why I'm not a Christian anymore, because it's just too much hypocrisy and not enough backbone of the men. Period. Not enough backbone. What's the strong backbone? The strong backbone is looking a woman in the eyes and telling her, guess what? Men and women are different. We're not the same and we're not equal. Deal with it. Period. We're not equal. That's the problem. And we got too many men out here don't have the backbone to look these women in the eyes and say, we are not equal. Sometimes you're going to have a better situation because you're a woman. Sometimes I'm a man. I'm going to have a better situation. We are not equal in anything, especially in dating and mating. Period. Any question?
Equality is a false god. Nobody's equal. But let me say this. I have never talked to someone on the internet that I agree with so much and disagree with so much of what they've said. It's weird.
Right?
Because
I'm a Leo. I'm controversial.
I'm on the fence about the whole marrying a woman with another man's child, because I get where you're coming from, right? Because there's a whole host of problems that are very cuckish. Like if she won't let you discipline that child, she won't let you actually be a father of that child. That's cucked as a motherfucker.
Yeah,
and that's the type
agree
of
with that.
single mother that you should be like, all right, we'll take.
I would argue a real man wouldn't stay in that situation.
Yeah,
Boom. Yeah, that's it.
I agree with Denzen there, which is crazy. But I mean, I would point out first off,
let me finish. Okay. But if you marry this woman or you get with this woman, and she lets you raise that child as if it's your own, lets you discipline them, you raise that child as your own, I don't see a problem with that. So
that's actually something really honorable for a man to do, right? I mean, to take in more people.
Yes, vibe.
Right? This is one thing I really disagreed with.
What did he say?
No, I mean, if you're Christian, that's what Jesus was,
And there it is. You hear it, fellas. Do you hear what's going on here? Now we're rationalizing and attaching cuckoldry to the religion. That's exactly what I've been talking about.
So let's not even do religion. Alpha. Let me just break it down really easy. And this is my thought. I don't think the government should have anything to do with marriage. I think they should get out of it, be done with it, right? Now, if you're if you're Catholic, I mean, they're promoting a virgin marriage, may not happen, and you can be forgiven. However, if you get divorced, the only way you can get remarried ever again is if one party takes responsibility for that, and that person now is removed from the church, right? That's their thing. So let their church do what they do. Let the Baptists do what they do. Let the Orthodox do what they do. Let the families and these cultures of religions, and you also find that different cultures have a majority religion one way or another. Let them handle it that way. If you're in a a Baptist church, a Presbyterian type church, and they allow a woman to atone, and that man decides that that woman has atoned and he feels that she's worthy, let him marry her, even if she's been married before. Let them have kids, even if she has a kid before. Let that man be stoic and step up, and let that woman allow that man, if the other father's not in the picture, to be that father figure for that man. I don't think there's anything wrong with that prescription, because you're complaining about a lot of things, and I'm trying to actually give prescriptions to the things you're complaining about.
I just gave a prescription. And that's a bad deal. You just greased up a bad deal, like a used car salesman grease up a used car until you buy it. That's a bad deal. What you just said.
Violated as
He
a
just
child,
poured
and
some
she's no
sawdust into
longer
the engine, huh?
virgin.
Alpha?
That's all he did. He took a
I
whole old
got
can
a
of motor oil and
got a
wiped up the
couple.
motor and said, "Here it is. Come by it. We got certified used cars." Yeah,
Okay,
we
so
got a
Alpha, you asked
used
before you
car.
go if there's any questions here. So here's a woman. She enters into a relationship. She was faithful to her boyfriend all through high school. They got married, then they got pregnant. Then then he started beating her. They're part of the Catholic Church. He is part of the ministries in the church, right? And she runs from her husband because of the abuse she's going through. According to your prescription, this woman now, if she leaves that husband and takes her child, she is now a useless woman to any man in the future.
Absolutely. Men and women are not equal. Next question.
Here's why I would differ slightly. I think, like, if you're going to create a class of woman based upon that type of thing, you could also create a class of man along similar lines. So, like, widowers or dudes who've been divorced, or maybe they don't own property, that sort of thing.
I disagree, because men and women are not equal. And in your Bible,
What if men cheat on their wife and then leave them? Is that woman also useless?
in your Bible, if you read your Bible, there are multiple cases of men engaging in what kind of relationship? Polygamy.
Hold up.
Period.
Actually, those two, there are also cases, biblically speaking, where the woman is not tainted going forward and is open to remarry. Abuse, the family would have taken out the abusive husband, so that's different.
Yeah, that's true.
And then
everybody silence.
The problem with this conversation is every time we say something for men, say, well, what about women?
Hold on. I got a dono to take care of. You can pop off, say your piece, but let me take care of the donations. Peace Dynamo says, take no shit. Thank you, Miss Dynamo. I'm going to let the conversation go on, but if you got a video you want played, say it in the chat. We'll get it played, but I'm going to let the conversation go on. Remember, guests, the donos come first because this is what we do it for. But you can continue. You can continue what you were saying, Alpha. My apologies for having to interrupt.
Oh, it's your show, and shout out to you. I hope you get all your paper, man. Get your money up. Trust me, I'm all with that. But
before you respond, Alpha, if I can finish real quick, there are
let me finish real quick, because this is a concept that I want to say, because you're going to, and I'm not saying you, but the problem with this conversation is every time a man make a standard or say something that applies to men, the first thing people think is what? Well, what about women? That's the problem right there. Men and women are not equal. Period.
No,
sometimes women gonna get a good deal. Sometimes men gonna get a good deal. We are not seen the same. We are not judged the same. We don't screw the same. We don't think the same. We don't act the same. I don't believe in transgender. That's all bullshit, in my opinion. But the bottom line is this: we're not equal. We are not equal. Period.
No longer has that virginity.
Alpha, no person in the world is equal. No person. Man or woman, race or color or creed.
All right. Beth, you have the floor. You have the floor, Beth.
I appreciate it. Thank you, OG. I wasn't bringing it up as a matter of like, what about the women though? Okay. What I am pointing out is that there's standards for both sides, and there are situations that are excused and ones that are condemned for both sides. So to make blanket statements that a woman is therefore, useless to men afterwards. There are circumstances where no, she is not.
Excellent response. Excellent response. And here's my counter to that. Did any of y'all just see that speech that Pete Hegseth gave to the generals?
No.
No.
Y'all should go check that out. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, gave a full-blown meeting to the generals. And he basically said what? If you're a general, it means you're in the U.S. military, you have a standard that you have to meet. And if I'm telling the lowest soldier to stay in shape and not be fat, I'm telling the generals that too. What you just said is called well, can you not enforce the standard on this situation? That's why I love the military. The military ain't asking everybody to come in, even though they want that. They're not. And when you go to the military, you either meet the standards or you don't. It's just that simple. Period.
I agree.
So I'm not going to sit up here and give any slack on that. A woman, in my mind, once she has a
unless we're at
child with
war.
another man, that woman has no value to another man on this planet. Period.
Okay,
She needs
When we're in war, the standards get a little lax when we're at war. Though.
I do want to throw you this. I do want to throw you this though, is that even biblically speaking, men are held to much harsher standards than women are. Because you're right, we are not equal.
That's kind of why he's popping off the way he is and saying these things about women. I don't necessarily agree all the way, but because of the higher standards is why he's holding women to these specific high standards. I don't agree. I don't agree all the way, but
and what's the standard? The only standard I'm asking women to do is what? Keep your legs closed.
And I agree with you.
Ain't that something? You want to get a man to take care of you. You want a man to you don't want to be a single mother. You want a man to invest in you. Well, do it as a virgin bride. That's the highest form you can ever give a man. Once you have a man's baby and now you run into the next man, you got no value. Period.
Of her own control. Huh?
Say what? Say that again.
What if a woman is not a virgin for circumstances beyond her personal control? What if
you're talking about grade or SA?
Yes.
Yeah, she is.
What if that was
That's awful. Let me say this right. Any man that essay a woman or grape a woman and it's confirmed 100% because we got a lot of fake stuff going on with that too. False accusations.
I agree with that. I do agree with that.
All right. But if a man does that, in my opinion, he should be castrated. Period.
Hell yeah. I think
I'm a Leo. I'm a Leo, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm a Leo.
So
if you believe in the zodiac, then goddamn it, I'm your king. Period. I'm the king of the zodiac.
You still didn't answer my question.
Yeah, but the question,
Yes,
the question is, as the value, like she gets pregnant from it, do you still hold that same value for her if she was not a virgin from no fault of her own, i.e., SA or grape?
Let me tell y'all something in life. There's unfortunate things.
No, I don't want a story.
Unfortunate situation. Unfortunate it is, but it is what it is. Because you know why I don't want to bend the rule on that? Because you're gonna have a volunteer slut, which is a woman who wanted to have sex with all kind of men, and she gonna make up some kind of story to get some simp to save her. The standard is the standard. It is what it is. You get one marriage, and that's that. You're done if you're a woman. By my book. You're done.
And that's how Roe v. Wade got passed.
I gotta pop off, guys, and I just wanted to close with a quick statement to Alpha because it's kind of like what OG said. He agrees with so many things and disagrees with so many things. And I mean, even your last statement, you think any PDF should or any grape should be castrated, but you also said that there's so many indiscriminate or incorrect evaluations of that. Everything you say is a contradiction. And this means we'd be cutting off other men's things. And I agree. I think if we know hand on God, 100%, that's true, that thing should be gone. I don't disagree with you on that. But you even admitted that there's lots of false accusations, which means we'd have 50% of our population with their dicks cut off. So I don't know. You just keep on saying things that don't actually match up.
I said it got to be 100% verified.
One second, guys.
Kind of have a point.
1 second. We got a dono. I'm sorry, Vibe, but we got a dono.
What
Harbor
faith are you-
Freight says she's amazing. Talking about crazy mama. I will give her a wrench in a second vibe. You have the floor. I'm sorry. I got to get these donos when I get them because I'm bad about that. I got to get on point with that. So you go ahead and finish your point. Nobody, people, please try not to overtalk and interrupt. There's a lot of
No,
going on. Go ahead, Vibe.
and I'm done. So the floor is your guys. I actually have to jump off. I'll stick around for like 5 minutes, but
Vibe, what
I'm not going to
religion
talk.
are
I'm going
you?
to zip.
What religion are you, Vibe?
Oh, sorry. I said I wasn't going to talk. We're Baptist.
Okay. Thanks. I just wasn't sure. Thank you.
But no, so there's a lot I agree with and a lot I don't. And I think that women who are raped, that's no fault of their own. I'm willing to bend the rules, but I also agree with Alpha that we should investigate every claim for its validity. Yes. And if a woman is faking it, she should get the same punishment as the person who was, if they did rape her, would get.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Agreed.
I think that's why we can make the exception for that. I do disagree with the single mother aspect. It depends on the situation. I don't think just because she's a single mother, she has no value. And I don't think it's necessarily cucked to raise a child and be a father figure for another person's child. The issue comes if they are not held to account. If you have to do it on your own and they're not helping the mother, that's an issue. They should be forced to help the mother and pay their part for their child. Unless the mother outright will not let you discipline, will not actually let you do the role as a father, but wants your resources, then that's cucked. And like I agree with Dennison, a real man wouldn't deal with that situation. He'd be like, all right, you and your kid get the fuck out of my house.
Yep.
Just plain and simple.
No hope, no change. No hope, no change. Okay. It is what it is. And ladies on the panel, shout out to you guys. Don't worry about anything going on. Ain't nothing gonna change. Ain't nothing gonna change because of what I just said and what's been
I'm a
just
happily
said.
married woman, been in my husband for 20 years, so I'm good.
So
Ain't nothing gonna change. Period.
Alpha. If I may, like first of all, my background, I was a teenage parent at the age of 16. My other half at that time was significantly older than me. He took off. I married someone else. I'm now divorced due to domestic violence issues. I personally am not seeking another marriage. Okay. I kind of I'm hard on myself for my own decisions and the position that I put myself into, right? So I do agree with you that this change needs to happen. I think that it would be way better for women if we did make the same kind of changes you're talking about. I think that false accusations need to be punished harshly. I can't believe that they're not.
So you agree with virgin brides?
I do. I think
Okay,
that
well, hey,
I
shout
think
out
we've
to you.
trivialized. I think that my generation trivialized sex so badly that now we have a completely dysfunctional society because of it. And
I
Go ahead.
definitely agree that we need more virgin brides. We need more accountability. We need to tell women that their value is being good mothers, being educators for their children, and that their value is not completely in sex. Bye bye. Thank you for coming. But I don't necessarily agree with Alpha, and I can understand why someone would hold his views, and I don't think there's any logical inconsistency with his views either. He is more extreme than I am, but by and large, we agree. I think the value of a person is how they contribute to their family unit and how loyal they are to someone. I don't think it's if something happened and they had a child. I can see why he agrees with that.
Yeah,
And
I don't
let me
agree
say
with everything, but
let me say this, and I lied to y'all. I apologize to everybody on this panel. I lied to y'all. When you don't give people the full truth, that means you're lying to them. All right. I have a bachelor degree in philosophy. I have a master's degree in science, and I'm finishing my PhD and my doctorate in naturopathic medicine. Right now, I'm currently writing a dissertation, and part of my dissertation, I have a theory on dating and mating as a system, two competing systems. One is regulated dating and mating, and one is unregulated dating and mating. And what we have in America is unregulated dating and mating. No rules and regulation. Anything goes. All right. That's where I'm getting all this stuff from. It's not just me pulling it out of my butt or reading. I've studied a lot of the cultures around the world. And I found the one main thing that was different between us and them is regulation. They regulate women's sexual behavior from the jump, period. They do not let them go out and do things to come back. And now the society got to try to clean up.
Why are you putting it all on women?
Because women cannot impose anything on men.
No, but a man can impose on a woman. It takes a pole
Yes,
to make a
because
hole.
men and women are not equal.
So do you study
He has that
social
right to impose on
anthropology?
her because he's a man?
No.
Man,
that's
let me
wrong.
tell y'all something. Have any of you guys lived outside of America?
Yes.
I have.
All right, if you've been to certain countries, and I'm not saying this right or wrong, and I don't condone violence. But if you go to certain countries, they don't play that crap with women.
Those
If
those,
you want
those
Sharia
countries
law,
that you
then move
refer
over
to
there.
are stuck in the Stone
I'm not
Age,
saying
so to speak.
Sharia law. I'm simply saying in dating and mating, they regulate women's sexual behavior. They don't tolerate
No,
it.
they don't. Not in the
Yeah,
majority
no,
of
yes,
the
yes,
world
they,
nowadays.
yes,
They
they,
do not.
Middle
yes,
East.
they
He's talking
do.
about the Middle
No,
East.
it's not even the
Egypt
it's not even the Middle
does
East.
this.
In Asia, they do. Even China and Japan, they do.
Even in the Philippines, right off our coast.
Yeah.
Yes,
My
they do.
the
The Philippines got no divorce.
My issue is with Alpha is he is leaving out the key component of the regulation of male sexual urges and dating as well. They regulate both genders, and both genders are held to a very high standard.
Not true.
Men
They
are
don't regulate
already
men to be
regulated.
virgin grooms.
Not
They don't
today.
make men be virgin grooms. They don't do that.
In Muslim countries, they do, and in Asian countries,
Some that's true. Some of them do. Some of them do, but the majority of them, they do not require men to be virgin grooms. In fact, they prefer men to be non-virgin. And guess what? From evolutionary
Oh my
science,
God.
women
So
prefer
they're doing
non-virgin
other
men
men.
over virgin men.
See, that's why you can't trust that shit.
But so then,
Well, the thing,
I have a question
Yeah.
though. So if they're trying to do that for the men, what women are they using to do that? And aren't they then contributing to the very problem that they're complaining about?
Or
Exactly.
males or other men.
That's why I'm a born again virgin. So
Oh,
I'm
you
the
got
best
your
of
hymen.
both worlds,
You got
ladies.
your hymen back in
Wait,
time.
hold on. I forgot. I meant to ask Dennison. You buy any hot dogs lately, Dennison?
Only the kosher kind.
Yeah, I forgot the context of that question for a second, and the fact that I ate a hot dog recently, like, really creeped me out. I was like, "Is this motherfucker watching me?"
that I'm a federal agent. All right, Dennison, you forgot. What's up, Paige?
I
Alpha,
forgot.
wouldn't they then be contributing to the very problem that they're complaining about?
Yes.
No,
Yes.
because their dating and mating
Yes.
system does not allow for the third woman. There's three
Well,
types
that
of
has to
women
be
in
a
the world.
homosexual
It
act then if
does.
he's
It
not a
does,
Exactly.
virgin.
That's what I said, Chuck.
Yep.
There's three types of women in the world.
The thing is, he's got a point, right? The reason a lot of STDs are present, especially AIDS, are present in the straight population is because of bisexuals, i.e., the third sexual orientation. Right? You bring in the third woman, i.e., the willful slut who doesn't get paid for it. Who just lays down with anybody. Like he's speaking a lot of facts, but just because you got a lot of facts don't mean you're all the way correct.
Yeah, he's
Now,
completely ignoring plural marriage. Why is he ignoring plural marriage?
Here's the thing, and what I wrote in my book is this: if you
wrote a
set
book,
up
fuck me.
If you set up the dating and mating system in your society, you can tailor it to the needs that you want. But the problem is this: you cannot set up a dating and mating system and not have the government back you up.
Did you learn that when you got your witch doctor degree in naturopathy?
No, I actually developed when I got my ethical degree in philosophy.
Oh, okay. Do you realize that's a useless degree without a master's and or like a teaching degree that you can actually utilize to do graduate studies?
Bill Clinton was a philosophy major.
Well, how have you used
I
your
don't see
philosophy
how
degree?
learning is useless.
Convince
It's
me
no-
that your philosophy degree was useful. Go ahead, Alpha. Come on. I want to hear it. Come on.
Well, first and foremost, everybody gets a philosophy degree at the end of the day. You do understand that, right?
Yeah, I have a
No.
philosophy of law degree in essence because I took it for several semesters in my
Yes.
undergraduate
So
years. Yes.
so essentially, everybody has a useless degree.
Well,
Well, it's
that was an
for-
elective. But okay, go ahead.
Because a PhD stands for what?
Fuck, why don't I know this? I should know this, shouldn't I? Something
Philosophy.
You should.
doctorate, some
It's a-
philosophy, something doctorate. I'll look it up. I just don't use AI
It's
when I'm
called
like,
a doctor of philosophy. There's only
Philosophy,
two
right.
disciplines in the world. There is natural philosophy, which is sciences, and there's philosophy. Philosophy came first. And right now
Doctor
I'm
of
doing
philosophy,
philosophy with
okay.
you guys because what do philosophers do? We teach.
He's doing a damn good job too, honestly. Like pretty controversial
Right.
opinions, and
Are you
he's
a
bringing
doctor?
he's
Alpha?
bringing the A game argument.
I mean,
Right.
I have a sense that you've looked in a couple snatches, but I don't think that makes you a doctor.
Well, there's
I
not
told
I'm
you
an
every
I'm completing my
orthopedic
dissertation right
gynecologist.
now.
not
I
every
think he is
doctor
a
Not always through the
gynecologist.
taste, but damn it.
I'm an
Look,
orthopedic gynecologist.
Look, Alpha, I definitely, I know you've been trying to get
Orthopedic
out of here, and you're welcome to stay if you want, but I definitely want you to come back because even if people disagree with you, this is a wonderfully great conversation.
Agreed.
Have you ever
He's
went to
also
talk to
kept it.
Orthodox
He
Guy?
kept it respectful too.
He did.
So
Look,
Yeah.
prompt.
if you
Shout
have
out to
any
Alpha.
questions,
Orthodox Guy, can't
ask
you
me
delay
right now
fucking the
because
third single mom you're dating for like 20 minutes? Like, what the fuck?
if you
No,
have any
because I
questions,
live in an instant gratification society, okay, and my needs are my needs. All right.
Well, what would help ease your pain? What could somebody do?
You can help.
Hello.
Go ahead, hit me up. I'll take it. You don't
Yeah.
have to.
No,
you don't
no,
have
I'm
to be
talking
a
about
single mom.
donos, you sick fuck. What the fuck?
what's the question? Someone
My
asked the
bad, my
question.
bad, my bad, my bad.
What the fuck?
$20
Bow,
is
I'm an Orthodox Christian woman.
See,
I'm
look,
like,
I'm a
yeah,
Christian man. Hold
I
on, I gotta
told
see.
you all
I
no,
gotta
that
you're
see.
time.
not.
No.
You haven't
He's
even
a
been to a
straight male
parish.
living in America. The man's
I
got
got a
the
question
hornies.
for Alpha. How
I
long
thought
have
she
you
was
been
being a
married?
smart. I thought she was being a smart ass. I'm sorry.
Hey, hey,
That
new
was.
girl. I'm
It was
saving
kind of
myself for
funny.
marriage. You know.
I thought that I do apologize. That was disrespectful. I thought she
It
was being a
was.
smart ass, so I had to fuck with you.
My pearls
up,
are clutched, and one of them
I don't
is
give a
on the
damn
floor.
about your pearls. I just don't like disrespecting women. That's why I left the panel I was on yesterday.
Then why are you a single mother lover?
That's not disrespecting women. That's loving women. That's providing a
No,
service.
if you loved us, you would show us that it's not appreciated and discourage single mothers from entering the dating market. Orthodox Guy, come on. We're in a tough love.
Wrong.
There was a question. Who had the question for me?
Me, but I just
Go ahead. What's your question?
How long have you been married?
I've never been married.
Oh, love it.
Are you a virgin?
No, I'm not.
Hey, you're really low. You're really low. I'm gonna turn you up, okay?
Yeah, Denizen's a little hot.
Let me say this,
Oh, thank you.
and I'm gonna say it real quick.
I'm like,
welcome.
I don't come to you guys I don't come to y'all panel to y'all as the good guy. I'm not the good, nice, polite gentleman. I'm not that guy.
No,
So I want y'all to know that.
I wasn't asking.
I think
for
you've
that.
been polite.
You're
Yeah,
not
I
a
think you've been
hero.
polite.
You're
I
not
just
Superman.
want like knowledge to
Can
be
you turn the
applied in
hymns
order to be
up a
useful.
little bit?
Sorry.
Yeah, Himza. Yeah. She's
Yeah, I can barely hear her. I can barely hear her.
No, can you hear me better now?
A
Not
little
hardly.
bit.
It's a little bit.
A little bit. A little
You
bit.
need some volume.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm probably.
Speak now, Heems. I turned you up to 200%.
Okay. I was just
Much
wondering,
better.
like, what is the knowledge if it's not applicable? So I wanted to see how you've applied it in your real life. That's all.
She's
Thank
being
you.
flipped up. Yeah.
I can't hear. I couldn't hear what you said. Can you say it
She
again? I
wants
couldn't
to
hear you.
know. She wants to know what the knowledge or how you. What?
Apply it. How do
Yeah.
you,
How are you applying your knowledge in your own life then?
Well, right now I'm teaching you guys. I had to teach you what PhD stands for. That's the first application.
No, your
No,
own
no,
life.
your life, not our lives. Your life.
This is in my life. I'm in my life. That's the thing about philosophers. We have to be lovers of wisdom and teachers.
That's not what a doctorate of
Questioning your
philosophy stands for completely.
She's
But that's
questioning.
not
Well,
the
the doctor
question you're
philosophy
asking per se.
everyone becomes a natural philosopher, and they specialize in a certain field, such as a natural philosopher in biochemistry or a natural
What she's
philosopher
asking,
in cell biology.
That's
what
just the
she's
highest
asking
academic
is,
title there is. That's
hold
all.
on.
Yeah, that's all it is.
What she's asking is if this is your philosophy, why aren't you applying it to your own life, or how do you apply it within your own life?
Bingo.
Oh yeah, I do. Actually, I do. That's a good question. That's a great question. She's right. I actually do apply. What I'm writing in my book right now is about a dating and mating system. Two competing systems that have regulation versus unregulation, similar to how communists is competing with capitalists. See what I'm saying? Those are the only two main economic systems in the world. Now you might can get into the nuances of, well, this is crony capitalism and this is democratic socialism. Same thing. Same thing. They're just two different things, regulation versus unregulation. So in dating and mating, I'm applying that same concept. All right.
Are you married?
So what?
Are you married?
No, I just said I'm not married. I just
Okay,
said
so
that.
who the fuck are you then to write a book on this shit, man?
And this is what's going on. Great question and great response. This is why people hate philosophers.
I don't hate philosophers. Some of my main friends are philosophers, actually.
I think they're questioning the hypocrisy of your position.
Yes,
Here
thank
we
you,
go.
Beth. Thank you, Beth.
In other
W.
words,
Beth.
you practice what you preach.
I just told you I'm not a Christian. So
I didn't
why am I
ask
being
that.
judged
That's
by
not
that?
an answer.
I do
not a-
practice what I preach. I am not going to marry any woman in an unregulated system for the conversation y'all talking about right now.
Okay,
What
so you're
Same.
giving people advice you didn't take yourself.
What he's saying is that
I
men
am
are held
taking
to
my
different
advice.
standards.
So if you're not going to marry any woman that's not in this system that you're claiming to want, then how are you going to live with yourself and your beliefs if you're going to go out and have sex with any woman anyways?
Ethics and morals is subjective. Thank you for the question.
See, subjective. Why? Because you're a man?
Because anybody, men and women both have ethics and morals that are subjective. When you
No.
impose your ethics and morals on another person, that's when they're not subjective.
No, wrong,
In other
Alpha,
words,
Chris.
do as I
Oh,
say,
thank
not
you.
as I do.
That's what the Christian theology says.
No, the Christian
I don't
moral.
live life by the Bible, so
Yeah, the Christian moral worldview, Alpha, is a set of standards which are communicated clearly throughout the Christian populace. There is an objective viewpoint and an objective sort of like curriculum that we can analyze when we're talking about Christian morals. Like, for instance, are you aware of a small island off the coast of Australia called Papua New Guinea?
I've heard of it.
Okay, there's a tribe there. It's called the Sambari tribe. And in this tribe, the younger boys that are members of the tribe have to consume the seminal fluid of the adults in order to become men. And this is good. And this is morally correct in their worldview. Do you think that's okay?
If that's their standard that they're practicing amongst themselves, they're entitled to do it.
Okay, great. So you would do absolutely nothing to save the seminal fluid guzzling of young boys in this tribe. You wouldn't like try and end it or anything. You're like, that's good. That's okay with you.
I personally don't think it's good as much as I don't think Jewish
No,
people
you
should
just said
suck
it was
the
fine. No, you just said it was fine. Are you going to backtrack now?
What am I saying? I make it real clear and simple. If you want me to impose my ethical and moral views on the world on them, that's essentially what you're asking me.
I want you to save young boys
on them?
from PDF philia. That's what I want you to do.
I don't
Are you
agree
going to
with
do it?
I don't agree with it. But that's their culture. That's their religion. What do you want me to do? Impose my religion on them, my culture, my ethics?
You're going to give like negative book sales right now, sir. That's awful. You're not going to save them at all? What the fuck?
That's the problem right there.
What the fuck are you doing?
I don't know. If I could, I would honestly.
Man, get your ass on a boat to Papua New Guinea.
I would remove them all.
Exactly. So you're willing
Throw
to
your
take
body into the wheels of the machine, girl.
Wait a second. You want to know
So
the
you're
funny
willing
thing
to take away
about
their
that?
agency?
There
Yeah, I
are
am.
Christian people
Okay,
that go
fair enough.
there, and there are Christian people that live among them, and they've tried to confront these people and defer their ways. Do you want to know what happens to these Christian people over there?
Beheading.
They get unalived. Yes, sir.
Exactly.
I would presume that's what they're doing. And this is what I'm saying. If whatever you believe and whatever you believe is right and wrong, whether it's based on a religious book or your own personal thing, the question is, are you willing to impose that on other people? When you're willing to do that, you're now something called creating law. See what I'm saying? So if you want to impose your views on people, fair enough. You said it honestly. Shout out to you. I respect that you just was bold about it. And that's about dating and mating. If you want to change this situation in America, which is unregulated, you're going to have to impose regulation on other people. And just like you said, it ain't going to make everybody happy.
Yeah.
Period.
100%, sir. Yeah.
That's it. That's all I'm saying. That's what I wrote my book about. The book is real simple. Regulation versus
What's the book
unregulated.
called? What's the book called? I'm curious.
I don't know if you want to know because I don't want to take up y'all show.
Oh, heck yeah. I want to know.
Well, now you want to know. See?
Yeah, of course I do. I hope it's for something funny. I'm hoping for the lulls. Come on, go ahead.
Well, the book is based on a very basic concept, which is regulation versus
I want the title.
unregulation.
I want the title.
I'm gonna
Give me the title.
I'm gonna give you the title.
Okay.
If you don't regulate women's sexual behavior, if you don't regulate them, you tell them go do what you want. They're going to choose mates based on 3 primary traits. Just 3. They're going to pick genetics first, personality second, and security of resources last. That's GPS. If you regulate women's sexual behavior, you tell them you're not going to choose the person you want. We want you to choose this person because of this. You are now making them do what's called choosing security of resources first, personality second, and genetics last. The name of my book is The GPS versus SPG Dating and Mating System Concept.
That sounds crazy, and people are gonna be like, "What the fuck is this about?"
Salt, pepper, and garlic. Global positioning system.
If you don't regulate them, they are going to choose genetics first every time. And it ain't the genetics you think. They might choose a short, fat, bald guy. And they say, I like that short, fat, bald guy.
You mean
no,
hypergamy? Come on, you don't follow red pill logics at all.
I'm not in the red pill community.
Well, you have a name named Alpha, and you have a book about dating, and you seem to have some really popular opinions on virgin brides. And I'm just wondering, you've never even watched Fresh and Fit or like.
Oh no, I can't stand
Recruiting
Fresh and Fit. I can't do them. No thanks. No thanks. My name Alpha comes from when I was in the military, where they assign your last name as your first name. My last name starts with an A. The first one symbolizes me being the first person in my family to graduate from college, the first person to play sports, and the first person to somewhat. I'm about to finish my PhD and my doctorate. So Alpha, the first one. That's where I got my name from.
I'm happy for you. I just want to know when you're gonna find a virgin bride. And what race will your bride be? Do you have a racial preference?
No, I'm 6'6", 240, size 18.
Oh,
I'm a big black man, and I love to date any woman that wants to be with me.
He's accepting applications now, ladies. Put them in.
No. I'm not campaigning online. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it.
He's looking for
Only if they're a virgin. Only if they're a virgin.
A single mother with 5 kids.
No. I believe in
but a born again virgin.
I believe in co-parenting. I'm not going to marry any woman in this unregulated system because it's a bad deal. So I believe in co-parenting.
I thought you said anybody. What the fuck happened? It was like 2 seconds ago. You said anybody. I'm just trying to help you find your dream bride.
You asked me about race, skin color, and I said I'll date and mate any woman of any color that prefer. But I'm 6'6", 240, size 18, and in California, a lot of people are short, so I don't really get a lot of. I get the big black guy effect when I walk around. Most people are terrified of me.
There's this woman called Kel. I think she could use a new arc. I'm sure she lives in California, and I'm sure she'd.
Oh no, I'm not
That's just
campaigning. No,
wild.
I'm
I
not
don't think you
campaigning.
can
Not on
handle
mine.
Kel. I seriously don't.
Come on,
I'm
Beth.
not
I'm an
campaigning.
agent of chaos. Come on.
Oh,
That's
you
good.
most certainly
Well, I'm a
are.
Leo. So, do anybody got any other questions? Any other questions?
Yeah. When are you gonna go on a date with Kel?
I don't know. How old is she?
22.
24.
She's 24.
She's legal to drink.
23.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's
She just
wonderful.
grew out her short feminist bangs to a moderate length, and she currently streams drunk and does a striptease on Flo's show occasionally.
That's
And
what's up.
Let's
Wait,
go.
how old is she though? How old is she?
She's 22.
She's legal.
Okay,
Is she
great. 'Cause
24, Beth?
I only date women 18 to 25. It is what it is.
Look at Wally.
Wow.
Look at Wally says there won't be much left of Kel after my debate with her on the 25th.
That be
Yeah, because
that
at
on
the age
being
of
NATO.
said,
25, most women's brains shift at the age of
that
25.
being,
Does she have
that
a
being
YouTube
said, that
page or
being
anything
said,
like
we're
Yeah,
that?
gonna
it's
do a
called
grift. We're
Kinetic
gonna do a
Kel. She
grift
doesn't
break.
shut up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well,
I'm looking up her page
Shout
too right
shout
now.
out to Kev for
Yeah,
that
I think you
donut
guys should go.
video. If you guys like the
And you can
conversation,
thank me
that right
later. And by
there.
thank, I mean you will tell me what the fuck.
Yo, respect the grift,
If
y'all.
y'all I'll bring you back in a minute, Paige. If you like the conversations, please consider the donation. If you want to join the community, we do watch togethers, play games, and are overall trying to build a community. You can hit ! Discord and join the Discord via the link. If you want to donate, you can hit ! Cashapp, Ko-fi for those links. If you like the conversations we're having, please consider donating. Thank you all to our guests and to our viewers. I appreciate you all being here. Thank you very much. If you don't think the content deserves a monetary donation, please consider liking and sharing the stream so we continue to grow. Thank you very much. All donations, all likes and shares are appreciated. Nation, please consider liking and sharing the stream.
let me say this.
I don't like hearing myself.
Alpha, I
Likes
put
and
her link
shares.
in the back chat for you.
All right, Paige, you're brought back up.
Let me say this.
Why did I
If there's
drop
no-
Paige? I was trying to do a grift break, and she talked over my grift break.
If there's no other questions, I want to end it on this. The solution is real simple. Here's the solution. You have to accept there's no rules and regulation. There's no government that's going to back whatever you want to do amongst yourselves. You can do it, but the bottom line is when that person, male or woman, say, I don't want to do it no more, that's it. You have no power to stop them because they
Well, there
have
are regulations against men.
There are regulations. The three main regulations dating and main is this. You cannot grape somebody, which is force. You have to get consent, which is no date rape, that you can't slip something in someone's drink. You can't do that. And you have to have, they have to be able to give consent, which is what? No pedo play. You got to have 18 and above.
There's also financial enforcement of paternity.
Well, and that's the thing. And this is my warning to men. And this is a very good warning to men. If you want to marry a woman, whether her status is virgin or not, single mother or not, that's your choice. Fair enough. Fair enough. But you cannot come back and complain to me about the deal you took. I'm not going to hear it. I don't want to hear it. You took that deal. I think that's what's wrong with Andrew Wilson. I think he's venting online at all these women he's attacking because he took a bad deal. Okay, he took a rotten deal, and I think Rachel is emasculating him every day. That's my opinion. All right, that's just my personal opinion. All right, but if you say I don't like this situation, I can't stand dating over here in an unregulated system, then you need to get a passport and you need to leave because I don't see anything changing anytime soon. Because men and women both have proven to me they like things just the way they are.
Alpha.
Go ahead.
Damn.
Yeah, are you aware that like Andrew openly says like on many podcasts that like he doesn't advocate for choosing single moms and that like Rachel was kind of like a fluke?
I'm not buying that.
You don't believe him that he doesn't advocate for single moms when he says it because he's with Rachel? Is that why?
I'm not buying any man that make a decision like that, and then he comes out criticizing men and saying men shouldn't take single moms. I can't take him seriously.
Have
Men
you
and
ever
women
been
are
in
not
love?
the same. We don't think the same. We don't look at things the same. We don't measure men the same that you measure men. I don't measure a man the way you measure a man.
Have you ever been in love?
Absolutely. Love is a beautiful thing. Let's just say it's better to love and lost than I ever done it.
Okay, have you ever done anything that's against your principles or practices in hindsight when you were in love?
You mean regret? Like regret someone I dated?
No, I
or
mean
something?
like let's say you had a principle, like let's say you're somebody who doesn't want kids, and like you fall in love with somebody, and then all of a sudden you want kids, or let's say you say that you're not going to date like a woman who works in a certain field, and then you fall in love with her, and you're like, okay, it's fine.
No, it's not going to happen. I'm not going to marry any woman.
Oh,
I say
you
that
cold,
I'm a Leo.
you cold man.
I'm very cold. I'm a cold bastard. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a
Yeah.
cold SOB. In dating and mating, I put myself first, and if I have a child, my child will come first. My woman, well, we'll get to her when we get to her.
Oh, but your kid's gonna grow up one day, and then like all you've got is your wife. What the heck, dude?
Not my wife. It'll be my baby mama.
No, a baby mama is somebody you're not married to.
That's what he's
Absolutely, I'm not
saying.
marrying any woman.
Oh, you're
I'm
not
telling
married.
you right now.
You're just gonna Nick Cannon this shit? What the fuck?
No, I'm gonna co-parent. Co-parent is what? I'm gonna take care of my child with my baby mother.
That's a bad relationship. That's not conducive to a good
It's
success
already
for the
here.
kid.
We're already doing it. The nation is already a single mother, single dad nation. We're already there. What are you talking about? We're
Oh,
already
what? So it's already a trash fire. Let's make it a dumpster fire.
No, don't make it a dumpster fire, but just understand, don't jump in the fire. Don't jump in the fire. It
Like
is
I
what it is.
said, do as I say, not as I do.
Standards
I'm
for
not the
me,
one
but
saying-
not for thee.
What did I just say? I said if you want to marry somebody in an unregulated system, that is your choice. But don't come to me when you don't like the deal you signed up for.
I don't think you're gonna have much luck because no woman wants to sign on when she gets absolutely zero security in terms of her relationship
Really?
with you and God,
Really?
and all she gets is what, to be your semen collector, and
Are you
I'm
telling me?
Hey,
women
whoa,
still live in
whoa,
America
whoa!
if
Ain't
it
nothing
doesn't
wrong with
practice.
semen collection services. All right, you calm
Are you
down
telling
there.
me
You've been at
that
Papua New
women
Guinea
are
too long,
not
OG.
sleeping with men?
She's slut shaming right now.
Chuck.
Why
I
are
like
you
Chuck
slut
now.
shaming?
You telling me women don't do that now? That they don't sleep with men who got multiple baby daddies, knowing they got multiple baby mamas and shit like that?
Well,
No
you're
cost,
you're
Alpha, you say that
contributing.
there
no
are
promise of
these
commitment.
regulated societies, right? You said that they still exist, correct?
Yeah, if you go across the world, you will find regulated dating and mating across the world in multiple societies.
So why
When they're
don't you
married.
go and live there? If
I like
they're so
unregulated dating.
perfect in how you want to live a type of society, why don't you go and live there? You seem like you're a very educated man. You could probably
that's a-
prosper. Why don't you? Why haven't you done that yet?
That's a
Or you
great question
still pillaging
because
off America.
I'm not the one complaining about the dating and mating. What
Yeah,
I'm
you
angry
are.
about.
You
No,
just
I'm
did
not.
that for like
You're right
20
about it.
minutes.
Here's what I'm angry about. I'm angry that the conversation never says the word regulation. That's what I'm pissed off about. I'm
You know where
tired of
there is
people saying-
regulation?
I'm saying if you
Yourself.
want to fix this problem, you're gonna have to regulate women's sexual behavior. You don't
By
want to do
getting
that.
married
You're putting it
in the
all on
Orthodox
the
Church.
women.
Church won't solve this problem.
Yes,
you don't
it
have any
will.
power in the government. You don't have
Yes,
any
it will.
power-
You can't get divorced in the Orthodox faith unless your priest approves it.
But how are you going to enforce that in law?
It doesn't matter. The strength of community and the connection to Christ and the jeopardization of that is enough to compel most people to do most things. That's why in these countries that you refer to, in these overseas countries where religion is a predominant force governing marriage and family, that the women do not leave. And in fact, in certain cases, stay in what I would call an unreasonable scenario, like a harem where they have to wear a niqab and they're one of 7 wives.
You know why? Because they got it in law.
Well, that you're referring to the religious nationalism that is present. I wouldn't actually be opposed to introducing Christianity in a legal sense to America.
That's what I'm telling you. You're right. They do
Okay,
use
so you're
religion and social circle, but it's in law. That's the key. It's in the government. There is no separation of church and state.
So I would never advocate for somebody having a state-regulated marriage. I would always advocate for a church marriage because in that case, then there isn't those protections. And if there is, heck, I'm a legal professional. I'm a litigator myself. I would sign a prenuptial agreement just to give the man that I love that extra guarantee.
There's still legal protections, regardless if the church carries out the marriage.
Exactly.
It's
That's
still
why I
a state
said
contract.
That's why I said prenuptial.
And the point is this, ma'am, everything you're saying, but I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. I'm telling you, those societies, they don't, our government acknowledge the existence of God. We acknowledge the idea and concept of a God. I am not a Freemason. I am not. But the truth is, our government was based on Freemason doctrine, which is what? The concept of a God. Which God? We don't know. We don't know. You see what I'm saying? You believe it's Christianity. That's fine. That's your choice of belief.
What do
in
you
God.
mean? The founding fathers were Christians, sir. What the fuck?
A couple of them were deists.
Got inaugurated in Masonic dress. You can look that up.
Ooh, I don't mind Freemasons. My brother's a Freemason.
They don't support one religion over the other.
I know they don't. They just believe in a higher power. They have an esoteric viewpoint. Yeah, I'm familiar with Freemasonry.
Right, and our government right now does not have we don't have a theocracy. The societies you're talking about across the world, where those women get kneecapped and all that stuff, those customs and traditions are in the government. They are in law. They are in law. They have theocracies.
So that's the precise reason why we don't have it in the Constitution, is because they wanted to get away from the church running the state.
Exactly. Smart man. Excellent response.
How
Period.
advanced are those countries and civilizations that you're talking about that practice this way compared to the rest of the Western world?
Fun fact: that is not a good way to go, because quite frequently, and you, ladies, you know I love you around here on the Orthodox Guy Channel, but every society that has given women liberty has you know, not
boom,
very
bingo.
well. That is not a mark of success.
He's absolutely right. If you look at history, and I put that in my book, if you look at history of all societies, Greek, Rome, Babylon,
Well, that
Egypt,
would make women Satan then.
No, come on, man. No, but it's dating and mating. And the bottom line is, women have if you want to call it God or nature, they have a programming that they are programmed with. They can't help it. It is what it is. I don't fault them for it. They're going to choose the mates they want to choose based on their perception, if you allow them to. If you allow them to. It's just that simple. That's it. And I'm not judging them for it. But the problem is that whenever women start choosing certain men, it may not be the men that you approve of.
That's why you get their father or brother to choose the man.
I'm saying, if you don't regulate women's sexual behavior, if you don't regulate it, and it has to be in law, in the government.
Yeah.
If you don't do that, you're going to get the situation we're in now.
I know. I'm saying let the father or the brother choose the husband.
You got to put it in law.
Makes a great decision every time.
Put it in law, man.
Okay, I don't mind doing that. If I do that, will you actually marry a woman? Sorry, Tony.
And that's a great question. And I had someone ask me this about last month. The reality is this: if you say we want to start regulating women's sexual behavior, essentially we want to set up a new SPG where we tell women you're gonna pick men based on this and not their genetic preference first, right? I would only go along with it if you legalize open prostitution.
Oh no, that was going so well until you said open prostitution.
All those
We
countries
just
that you
learned where
talk
his
about,
gates come from.
they have prostitution. It's open. They don't care about that.
What do you mean?
I'm gonna make it very simple. Make it very simple. All right. And this
I
is
don't
how
need you to
men
make it
think.
simple. I'm very intelligent. Thank you. But go
I
ahead.
know you are. You sound very intelligent. Sound like you
Thank
spent
you.
a lot of time in that library, and that's good.
I did.
Here's
Yeah.
the key. Here's the key. Men think like this, and I know women don't like this. I know women don't like this. Sigmund Freud talked about what? The Madonna whore complex. Men see women as one or two things: a Madonna, which is like their mother, or a whore. The problem is we added a third woman to the mix, which is what? The slut. She's not a virgin bride, but she's not a prostitute. See what I'm saying? That's the problem. Some women can be good, could be a woman that get married as being a slut, but we know the statistics say that don't work. But we know that virgin brides make the best wives. That's all stats now support that. See what I'm saying? So men don't have a problem. Men don't have a problem marrying a virgin bride, and they don't care if some man go play with a prostitute. But they don't like the fact that we got this third woman, and the third woman is the problem because she presents herself as a good girl. She makes everybody think she's a good girl, but she might have the same intentions and motivations as a prostitute. I'll go on 30 dates this month just to get free food from these dudes because that's how thirsty they are. That's called a foodie call.
You seem intelligent. But you seem intelligent. You can't tell when a woman's lying about something like her body count or her extracurricular activities.
Excellent question. In my book, I said the only body count number that matters is one. One for what? One that disqualifies her for the institution of marriage.
Right, but how do you tell whether or not a woman's telling the truth?
You can't tell. That's a great question. I tell every man, you'll never know a woman's body count.
Oh, I thought you were smart. Don't you have a book on this or something? I thought you mentioned a book.
So she can't be trusted unless her father is giving her to you?
Even then, he wants her to have a chastity belt on.
Yeah, no. She's got to go from her father's hands into your arms, right?
That's what they do overseas. In many countries, they do that. That's called giving away the bride.
The bride. Yeah, that's fine. But how can you still tell? How can you tell? How do you know she didn't have a little frolic in the forest with the guy next to her?
Or that daddy didn't do something.
Oh no, Tutty.
Good question.
Oh yeah,
In many of those countries overseas, if the groom finds out, or the family of the groom, if they find out that woman lied about her virginity, they will annul the marriage and make them give back the dowry. And in some cases, this is unfortunate. This is unfortunate. I don't support this. But in some cases, the father will take her out.
The fathers or the brothers. Yep.
Or the brother, exactly. Or the pastor.
And then uncles too. But you know
they
what?
don't play. That's why I say that's
why
why
know.
what I wrote my book about.
That happens in
they
America
don't play.
too. A lot.
That's regulation. That is regulation of female sexual behavior, period. They let women know real quick, if you want a husband and you want all this investment from men and you don't want to be a single mother and you want to be seen as respectable, this is what you got to do. You don't do that, we are going to punish you. It's just that simple. They don't deal with this stuff we dealing with. They looking at us and saying, you guys are crazy. Let me make it real simple. Those men are shorter than us. They have less money than us. They have less political power than us. They have the least amount of guns, and their dicks are smaller than us. That's a biological fact. But they are guaranteed virgin bride.
I got a question. Do the fathers, uncles, brothers, whatever, do they get any type of a punishment, or is it just now the daughter is forever marked?
In most cases, in those countries, the daughter's done. She has brought dishonor and shame to the family. They don't tolerate that.
Even though it was her own family members that took that away from her.
Oh, no. Okay, I didn't understand. Oh, you're talking about grape. Sorry about that. I didn't understand your question.
I was talking about, the more,
Great. Or if it's MA, molestation or grape. In that situation, they usually punish the man for what he did. But they will not let that woman be a man's first wife. She can be a man's second wife. She will not be a first wife. Every man in most of those countries get a virgin bride. That's guaranteed. They don't play with that.
That
That's
was just
guaranteed.
a genuine question. I was wondering, not a try to get you type of question. I was
Oh
generally
no, I didn't
very
understand. I'm
curious about
sorry.
that.
I'm a Leo. I'm
I like to
tall. My
learn
hair does
too.
not
I
do
like to
fence.
learn things too.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. If you don't, that's what I wrote my book about. If you don't regulate women's sexual behavior, and that's why I'm angry with these arguments. We never talk about regulation. Nothing's gonna work. I'm sorry, y'all. You might do it in your little groups, and it might work amongst your little group. But when you come out of that group, you cannot assume everybody's gonna have same spiritual dedication, ethical dedication, and moral dilemma that you have. People are doing whatever they want nowadays, and I'm telling people how to protect themselves from the
So,
situation.
outside of writing a book, what are you doing to bring about this new world order where we don't have to worry about this stuff?
Well, the dating and mating system is already in place. We're already under unregulation. So
What? We can't change it? Come on. New world order, baby. LFG.
You ready for this? The only way for us to change this situation, this is brutal. This is brutal. You're gonna have to take everything that they gave women in law away. All of it. All of it gotta go.
Hell yeah,
Okay.
brother.
When are you running for office to bring this into force?
I don't think y'all will elect me because I'm too wild.
Oh, come on. You got to give it the good old college try.
I'm just being honest with y'all. I'm a Leo. I can't sugarcoat shit. I'm gonna tell you the straight up truth. The reality is this: nothing's gonna change these women unless you put it in law. Period. They are going to do what they are going to do. It is what it is. And if you don't put it into law, if you don't
If a
put it
man
into
can't
law,
control his own urges, then why are you putting it on women to control a man?
because women cannot impose anything on men. You think men and women are equal. We are not. We're
When
not
did you
equal.
say that? When the frick did Chuck say that? Chuck, did you say that? I'm like, I got gunk in my ears.
I just said that. Why are you putting it off on women? A man should
Because
be able to
women,
control himself.
if you don't, let me tell you something about women, men and women. Women have a nature. Men have a nature. And our nature, if we don't regulate it, can be evil. What is woman's nature? What do they do if you don't regulate them? They will chase orgasms at everybody else's expense. I think y'all
Oh
call
my
that
God, this is lopsided as hell.
Men's nature is what? What is man's nature?
You're trying to make it out that a
what?
man's nature is to hump for life.
Yes.
No, man's evil
Spread his
nature
seed.
is
That is
violence.
the exact nature of a man, is to spread his seed. Period. Biological.
That's it. Period. We evolved to spread our seed with as many women as we can in the shortest amount of time.
Doesn't mean we should. Just like it doesn't mean that a woman should spread her legs at 17 just to get it out of the way.
And that's the point.
That's
If
why
you don't think that's supposed to happen, you need to put it in law.
That's why God gave us free will, to separate us from the animal urges, to make the decision of right and wrong.
That's the meaning of the Sphinx in Egypt. The head
It's
on the
called
lion's body is man
self-accountability.
his inner urge.
You're trying to put your accountability off on women.
No, I'm putting it on men. The accountability starts with men. If you don't like this situation, the men need to get together and say, we gonna stop this mess. That's
yeah, but Alpha, you're not trying to stop it. You wrote a book and you're here like lecturing us on why women are bad. You're like a horrible black pill ideologist, like Coach Greg Adams or Pearl Davis.
No, sir. No, ma'am. I wrote a book.
No, sir. I'm a ma'am.
No,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
I wrote a book explaining the philosophical concept of the two dating and mating systems I see. And I'm trying to get the individual person to make a choice. If you don't like the situation,
run for office.
This is why philosophy is horseshit.
Yeah, run for office. Change the law, dude.
It's just
you really think they're gonna let me abolish the 19th Amendment?
Yeah, go ahead. Why you don't know if you don't try? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
I
if
agree
you
with
shoot
that.
for the
Shout out to
moon.
Kobe Bryant saying that too. No, it's not. Listen. I think all of us are kind of in the same room as far as the problem in logic. I think the difference is is I think you guys, I'm not going to say, I'm not going to assume, but this is what I'm thinking. I think y'all see that they can restructure society to make it somewhat of a theology. I think that's what I'm interpreting from y'all. I'm telling you, it's not going to happen. Not because I don't want it to happen. I don't
Not
see the
under the
population
present
of men and
Constitution,
women
you're not going to
willing to
change
fight
that.
for it. I just don't see it.
All right, we've been at 3 hours. I haven't made a lot of money.
Well,
this
how do you know if you don't
stream.
try?
I'm gonna be posting up extensions. If you want an extension for 30 minutes, that's $20. An hour is 40. So
I gotta roll, man.
We got
and let me roll,
30
y'all.
minutes for an
If you want to
extension.
see more of my stuff, check out my page. I gotta go. I got 7 Siberian Husky. I think they fighting, but anyway,
Gotta buy his book before he punches a 304 in the eye and gets a felony.
no ma'am, no ma'am. I've been with
No. Remember,
302
he's for
women,
the
all of
host.
them
He's for
consensual.
the
300
Oh
women,
right,
all
yeah,
of
my
them.
bad. Oops, forgot that, Teddy. Thank you
Y'all
for the
be easy,
refresh.
man. I gotta roll. Peace out, y'all. Later.
Later.
Thank you for coming by. We got 30 minutes on those extensions if y'all want one. Anybody's welcome to come up. The panel link is posted and it is pinned. What did y'all think about that? I like that interaction. It was quite
He
humorous.
sucked the oxygen out of the room.
I tried to get back in time to wish him well. I get
Beth's
what
volume is really, really low.
my volume's. Is that better?
Yes.
I just sorry. I just came in and sat down. I'll adjust it though. Let's see.
Get closer, Beth.
Well, it should be good. Is that
that's
better?
good. Yeah, that's good.
Oh, so that button does work. Okay. It's a new-ish mic, so I'm still trying to figure it out. So I understand a lot of like the frustration that I think that we hear from people with this kind of rhetoric is almost, it's understandable, right? If you look at where we've gone as a nation, especially with our youth. And I mean, like, of course, I was a 90s kid. And like I said, I myself was a teenage parent. I had my daughter when I was 16 years old. Sex was very trivialized and it was almost like a competition. You were shamed if you were a virgin when I was in high school. So it's an unfortunate situation that we've gotten ourselves here as a country, but it does need to change.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think that single moms are automatically disqualified. I think y'all have an uphill battle, but I don't think his prescriptions are correct, and I find it really troubling that he's going to go out here and write a book and make all of these bold statements, but he won't even try and bring into force the New World Order, which he seeks to protect in terms of its prosperity and its grace. So.
Well, again, too, I have to challenge that idea that it's like, yes, men and women are not equal. However, really pushing men to not be virgins is only contributing to the very problem that they're complaining about to begin with.
Correct.
Yes,
Correct.
Beth. Yes. Yes, Queen.
It damages a woman in the fucking process. So there, the math just doesn't math on it. And
She thinks there's something there, and then he thinks that she's just another notch.
Well, it's like Tootie said, rules for thee and none for me is what his philosophy was.
yeah, absolutely. I thought I was going to marry my daughter's father. I absolutely believed that. I was 16, he was 21. So,
Well, your son turned out great, Beth, so you're good. You did a
my
good job.
daughter. That one's my daughter. I married my son's father. That one, they're both good kids. I'm very proud of them. They could, as a matter of fact, I'm not in some aspects. I'm not sure I could possibly be any prouder. There's
The bias of a mother.
it's funny. I always tell my son, when I found out I was pregnant, I prayed for a boy, and I asked God for certain things. And not only did God give me everything I asked for, he gave me everything I forgot to ask for too. So
The Lord provides in mysterious ways.
indeed, I wish my only My only regret is I wish I had more children. I always wanted to have a lot of kids, but my ex-husband did not. So I acquiesced to his preferences.
As you should, but yeah, I kind of I'm on the same page with that because I was with a liberal atheist dude for so long, and I definitely acquiesced.
Yeah,
to a
we
lot
do
of his
that
stuff.
as women when we're in love. We tend to go with, we trust the man who's supposed to be leading us, and we let them make those decisions. But then we end up with men like this one who complain about where women are at. And for a lot, not all, okay, by all means, there are some absolutely just degenerate women out there, but you do have a significant number of women who, trusted the leadership that they chose. And it's a man that got them into the position they're in.
Yep, 100%. I think both parties have an obligation.
Agreed.
More talking like this needs to be done, so we can see how everybody's thinking and
Well,
change has to
and
start
going
somewhere.
from there.
But y'all seen how I on
And
me
I'm
on
happy to come on
PK.
here. I'm done being a raging bitch. I think my
Age.
raging bitch days are done. So
Your volume's a
Oh,
little
that's
low
good.
there,
Yeah,
OG.
I think she might be a
OG
little
was
bit
talking.
behind. She might
He
have a little
interrupted.
lag.
Well, fair enough. But my thing is, and people have seen my debate on marriage in VK, and I sound a lot like this gentleman, but different in a way. It is the men's fault because we are responsible for leading society. If we are weak, we allow these things to happen, and a bunch of those dudes on VK, Speakeasy himself, even were like questioning me on this, and I'm like, bro, this sounds like fucking cowardly bullshit. Y'all are trying to blame women, and you choose who you put your dick in. You choose who you marry.
Amen.
Yeah.
There you go.
So these men are dodging accountability. I kept saying it, like these men are dodging accountability Matrix style, trying to blame women, and that's like the most feminine thing you could be. Like, if y'all want to check out that debate, it's on my channel, on my video. It's called The Pink Pill, and I'm calling them homosexuals. Any man who blames women for that.
I'll check it out. But you're absolutely right. The men and women, it's like he said, men and women are not equal, and men are supposed to be leading their communities and the society as a whole. So even if oh, it's the woman's fault because of X, Y, and Z, well, you let her take it there, right? Because you do have force doctrine on your side. Make sense what I'm saying?
Yep.
I hope.
Absolutely.
Force doctrine.
Don't
Yeah.
complain about the shit that you gave her when she uses it to her advantage.
Well, it's not just that. It's a matter of again, it's like I said, you end up with a significant number of women who trust the man that they think they're going to marry. They believe they're going to marry this man. They trust his leadership, and then are demonized when it turns out that they were led astray. And that's that still falls back to the men. The men need to correct the men. The women need to correct the women. It's just that simple.
all right, guys, my lunch break is over. Pleasure speaking with all of you. Orthodox Guy, thank you for having me on. My apologies for over talking you. There's some kind of weird ass thing going on with my StreamYard and Safari link. I've heard that they don't get along. So
Nope, they don't.
Weird ass page.
I'm such a Mac girly. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm glad to hopefully redeem myself. You guys seem okay. I won't be a raging bitch anymore. Okay. Cuckoo.
Good girl.
All right, rock on. All right. God bless you all. Have a great day.
God bless.
You too, Paige. About time these damn women learn their place.
See, it's almost like when you're a strong man and you build a community and you try to be respectful and neutral. It's almost like women follow you and fall in line and realize what you're trying to do. It's almost like you don't have to treat them like shit and disrespect them.
That's right.
That's why I left the conversation I was on with so-called Christians yesterday, because
I was
me and
watching.
Snow
Yep.
me and Snow were talking, and all of a sudden this dude, like, it wasn't just me and Snow, it was obviously that person was a part of the conversation as well, but this dude just started telling Snow, shut the fuck up, I'm talking. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I don't hang out with bitch ass niggatry.
I was on a stream at Glen Lawrence, I believe, actually, where this gentleman was up there. Grid was on it too. And it was my turn to say something. I had started talking, and mid sentence, he was like, "No, woman, you shut your fucking mouth." And Grid 1 went off on him like I could have cried. It was nice to see that patriarchal lead, right?
You hush, girl. Oh, I was talking to my dog. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's understandable, because like we've taught, even Flo agrees on this. Like, strong men don't have to treat women like shit, and I don't understand why people think that it's something that has to be done.
Yeah,
Chivalry's not totally dead.
And putting
No,
other
it's
men in
it's
check-
dead, and you bitches killed it, but that's beside the point.
Putting other men in check when they do misbehave is not necessarily simping, or white knighting. I don't like how all of it's automatically called out for being that. It's just
There's doing what Grid does, and then there's doing what Scary Sherry does. There's a big
And that
gap
alpha
between
dude,
how they, go to bat for a woman.
Sherry, that's my sister-in-law. That's what her
I
name
don't
is.
want to say his whole name and possibly get tomatoes thrown at me.
But that alpha dude, he needs to, for being such a smart man, he needs to go research what a PhD. It means more than just philosophy
Yeah.
in the philosophical sense. It's just a title of knowledge, not necessarily
You know
the
what happens?
philosophy area.
You know what happens, Chuck, is sometimes you get people who end up, they gain some knowledge, right? And in their own mind, because it's so big for them, they end up blowing it up into some where, this is the biggest, most important thing they've ever learned. And I think sometimes they get too inflated over it. They don't realize that, yeah, it's big for you, maybe not big for others. And,
And knowledge is not wisdom. Wisdom
correct.
comes from the use of said knowledge. People get that conflated. Just because you know something, you learn something, doesn't make you wise in that something.
Correct. And we're all guilty of it, right? I mean, it's part of the human condition, I think.
It's called ego.
Indeed. So, OG,
That's
how are
why
you?
one must suffer ego death. Not me. My ego's great, but like all of y'all need to suffer ego death.
Negative. You can't live without your ego. You cannot kill your ego.
Hey, OG.
Ego death is a philosophical aspect of where you don't let your ego control you. It's a
Okay.
restraint of your ego. My ego is perfectly okay. Y'all's ego kind of gay. Not gonna lie. And we got a dono from Miss Donna in Texas. Says, this has been great. You did awesome. I'm assuming she says keep it up. Thank you, Miss Donna in Texas. And for that, I'm gonna check and see, because you usually send a video, and if I can play it, if it's not age restricted or on Facebook, if you sent one, I'll play it. If not, I know you like the girls, and you don't like the gay one. You did not send a video. So
Donna, I was gonna ask for the cornfields. Look, that's my homegirl right there.
She said cornfields.
She didn't say it. I was gonna ask.
I am
for
not
it before you got-
puping. Jesus Christ. There we go. Miss Donna in Texas sent one. It is her favorite. It is of her favorite gentleman.
All right.
So it is of her favorite gentleman. She likes the cocaine dinosaur.
Keep it on the low though, huh?
Cocaine!
What the fuck?
Holy shit, I love cocaine! I like when that stuff hits my brain and this thing goes. Do you want some fucking cocaine? 10,000 followers!
You want some cocaine? You want cocaine?
Do you want some fucking cocaine?
OG.
I love the cocaine.
Definitely
dinosaur.
age restricted.
OG, have
No,
you ever
no.
seen?
1 second, y'all. And Miss P's Dynamo, I did not forget about you, darling. Thank you for the dono. Y'all get the gay boy clip anyway. Red alert.
Oh,
man.
no.
Thank you, Miss P's Dynamo. I'm sorry I didn't play that. There was a huge conversation going on. And I completely forgot about it. My apologies. I will play this for you or what you request. And if you would like, you can get a refund because it did take so long to acknowledge, to give the thanks and acknowledgement. Just hit me up in Discord or let me know.
I put a link in the back chat. Have you ever seen? There's a series that's called "Animals Eating Like People." Have you ever seen that?
I have not.
It is fucking hilarious. There's like a whole. The first one was so successful, they did a whole series of them, and I threw the link in the back chat. You don't have to play it or anything, but like, it's actually like really funny. I think you'd like it. These guys are super funny.
But so let's actually have a talk since the conversation has been about women today. There are a lot of terrible things that happen to women in our country, and I find it absolutely detestable. And this is my advice for the ladies: get you pepper spray, get you a ball pepper pew pew, and get you a real pew pew. Get you a concealed carry permit for your own legal safety. Take self-defense classes to use them and defend yourselves because it is a very unsafe world. Men typically understand that, and it baffles me how ladies do not understand. Like, they are not aware of their surroundings at all. And do not be afraid to call the police. The whole being called a Karen shit only pissed me off because it seemed like it was one anti-white and done solely to make women afraid to call the police when there is a potential danger to them. Like, that's why it annoyed the shit out of me for the longest. But y'all need to protect yourself and stay protected because you are more vulnerable than your male counterparts, and it's just your safety.
Speaking from experience too, you will have situations where even police will discourage you. Don't fucking buy it. You need to, especially if you're in a relationship that has those kinds of problems, you need to document everything.
So let me. Lauren gave me permission to share what happened, so let me do that. Lauren is not my producer, but she does help me with the TV with the show, right? And she was on one of her walks, and we were talking about the debate that I'm wanting to set up for Veterans Day. Well, while she was walking, a homeless gentleman on one of the walking trails approached her with a baseball bat, saying, "I'm going to fucking kill you." Now, granted, most of the times when homeless do that, they're not going to do anything. But as a woman, that is a very dangerous situation because you never know that one time out of 10 may be something. And her and I got in a little mini argument because her philosophy was, why should I call the police? They're not going to do anything because the homeless are all up throughout here. And I was messing with her about being a liberal, but I told her she should call the police and report it.
Yeah.
And her thing is, they're not going to do anything. They don't do anything about the homeless. You should always defend yourself and then look at other people around you. I asked her, what if there's another young woman who is walking that same trail as you, just because it's raining and there's nobody out there? What happens if that one time it happens to her, you just happen to get away? And she eventually called the police, and they went and walked. And there was two problems here: a fear to call the police and deal with them, and two, not having the appropriate tools and training to defend yourself. Ladies, do not hesitate to call the police, and do not hesitate to defend yourself and get the tools to do so. It can save your life. And luckily, Lauren was safe. And what made her change her mind about the police thing is she also saw another young woman actually going up that trail as well. And that's why I was so adamant on her calling the police and reporting this, because let's say the unthinkable happened, something did happen to that young woman and she passed away. At least the police are there and know it's going to happen, and they have a potential to bring justice to the person who did it. There's so many reasons for you to be willing to both defend yourself and call the police.
Yeah, because you don't know which time he's going to select to actually follow through with the swing.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's crazy or if he's on drugs or if he's genuinely trying to hurt somebody. Our society, and the reason I was messing with her, calling her a liberal, because she was like, what's the point? They're not going to do anything. And like the whole thing, the reason I was messing with her about it is this mentality that we have in our country of they're not going to do anything about it, so why bother? It's not just her. It's literally every person of every political persuasion, because of people like leftists who literally are like, oh, well, the homeless are people too. No, they're not. No, they're not. I'm sorry. I'll stand 10 toes down on it. They're mentally ill drug addicts that cause more problems than it's worth. By and large. Like, I get that. I've been homeless because of no fault of my own and when I was younger. And the vast majority of people that I met when I was homeless are mentally ill drug addicts that have potential to hurt people, and our country is doing nothing about it. And it puts women at danger. That's why one of the reasons I'm a super extreme Second Amendment activist is because gun rights are women's rights. I hate to use that line. I'm not a feminist. A woman needs to be able to defend herself, and the only equalizer that women has is Smith & Wesson.
Depends on the state you live in.
Can I just say, Lauren, I'm sorry that shit happened to you, and I'm glad you're okay. Because OG is right. Wait,
hold on. I know it's serious, and I can make a joke about it now because she's safe. Say it again. I love hearing I was right. Oh man. Everybody should tell me how right I was. Y'all's ego,
you were wrong.
Y'all's ego needs to die so mine can grow. There's not my ego needs Laban's realm. Lauren is going to beat me for that. Lauren's going to beat me for that. She's going to punch me square in my face. But I'm extremely glad she is safe, and I don't want any woman to be a victim like that. I wouldn't want any man to be a victim like that. But if you're small as a man and you're weak, my advice for you goes to be the same for women. You have no right to hurt somebody just because you're angry, but you have every right to defend yourself.
Well, it doesn't even just come down to being small and weak, right? I mean, there are large men who can be eliminated due to the ability of people to have firearms, and there is no
never kick a man in the balls. It's not because it will immobilize him. See, I like that shit. That wouldn't stop somebody like me. I just want to make that very clear, ladies. Like,
I knew you were
the ball shot does not always work. Get you a Smith & Wesson. I'm not saying that because I'm a predator. I'm saying it doesn't always work.
I got two fellas that keep me nice and safe.
That,
One named
yeah, but
Walter,
are they
one
with
named
you
Ruger.
everywhere you go?
Guess which one's the bigger one? The German.
But are they with you
Yes.
everywhere you go, though? That's
I
the
don't
question.
mean
Yes, I
shit.
do. I stay strapped absolutely
Oh.
everywhere I go.
Ladies,
Oh,
get
strappy.
here's my suggestion. If you're a woman, a woman of any size is able to carry and use a 38 revolver, and you get the added benefit
Make
of
sure you get one with a hammer.
you get the added benefit of not leaving casings behind. But
Well, my
no,
state
don't go
makes that
anything
shit
lower.
hard.
Don't go anything smaller than a 9mm.
What's
38
good about the
9mm are
38?
roughly the same size.
That's
Somebody
what
hears
I'm
that
gonna
hammer
do
click.
just as well.
My state makes it very, very hard to
Yes, you're
do
screwed.
that. That's the only reason why I don't.
My homies share the same sentiment. Like we do the nut tap game as teenagers, and I just would look
What?
at them every time and be like, "Look."
Yeah, they do.
I'll be
They
like,
do.
"Look."
I've watched
I'll be like, when it reaches out and grabs you and pulls you in, don't get mad at me. You've
Yo,
excited it.
the study hall teacher at the high school actually took video of the teenage boys who had no fucking work to do, sitting on the floor with their legs spread open, hitting each other with a ball.
What kind of
Yeah,
fucking
no.
retards
See,
are you
no.
guys raising?
That's weird. That's weird as fuck. No, we would just walk
That's
by each other
gay.
under the lights, slapping the nuts. It was about
It
catching
was a
your
matter
homies
of which
That's
unsuspecting.
gay.
the
That's
game.
gay
The
if you
game was
slap a
which
nut.
the first one to fall over fucking lost. They weren't actually physically touching each other's nuts. They were rolling a ball and hitting each other in the nuts with it.
Yeah, no, we would just walk by. We would walk by, and be like, just real quick, like
That
just
would be
on the tip of
gay.
the finger. Just
Yeah,
That
they
would make
do
you
that
gay.
shit too. They do that shit too.
as the homie Kev say, everybody gay, everybody a little gay.
Gonna reach out and touch another man's nuts. You be gay.
Well, it was about causing them. It was about causing your homies pain, which is funny.
Yeah. And that's exactly what they're doing, why they're doing it. And as well as to see who can, whoever falls over first is the loser,
Those are mentally depraved individuals.
These are
Yes,
bored
Chuck.
kids
How
in
many?
school.
How many weird things do I have to say before people realize I'm not mentally well?
Well, this is what I'm talking about is the American school system. How much time? I mean, come on. How good can it be if this is what the kids are doing when they're in school?
Back in my day, we used to have rules and regulations at school. Now they run around wearing whatever the fuck, doing whatever the fuck, no punishments, nothing.
All right, Grandma, our time is now.
Everybody's. It's just the same situation. Like Lauren said, nobody's gonna do anything. Everybody's afraid to do anything.
OG, back chat real quick.
Might upset somebody.
No, actually, I'm playing a game. Yes, you can. Go ahead.
Thanks.
I didn't even read. I
Damn.
was just telling. I was telling you. I was telling you no to be checking back chat. Not to
Yeah, I
doing the
figured as
announcement.
much. Just a quick announcement to everybody. The big Nashville trip is coming up, and I am going to be having an IRL debate. Most likely from the B&B against Tyler, average debater. He's one of the judges on Grid's debate night, and we will be debating public schools. So we'll be streaming that probably.
What about public schools?
Oh, I feel sorry for you, Beth, because Grid won't be able to stay out of it.
No, Grid. We're most likely doing it from the B&B. As a matter of fact, the current
I'm
plan
just
is that
telling you. I know Grid's standpoint.
Grid is not going to be there.
Ah,
That's what I'm saying. We're doing it from the B&B. Agrilapolis, right? As of now, Agrilapolis will be moderating for us.
Are y'all gonna do it live?
We're doing it live. We're gonna live stream it to both of our channels. So
Grid's gonna be in the chat then.
And I'm advocating for no public schools, and he's right now we're still working out the prompt, but essentially it's pro and against public schools. So yeah, that ought to be good. We've been talking about it for months. We're finally going to do it in real life, sitting at
I
a table.
still predict Nashville will be a disaster.
No, I think we
Let
got the
people have
right.
fun. All right, let people have fun, Chuck. All right, let
I'm
people
gonna
have
do.
things.
I'm gonna do a drive-by. I'm gonna make it interesting.
That's crazy.
Oh, that's right. I
Chuck.
forgot. You can come along and fuck it up, can't you?
I
He's
No, I'm
got
looking
friends
forward to meeting
everywhere.
Chuck
Like
is
the
like
half.
you. Chuck is like, I got you, motherfuckers.
It's like the Hatfields and McCoy. One phone call, half the state to converge.
Chuck's like, I got you, motherfuckers.
I'll break out the old gray.
Oh, interesting question, Lauren. Is anybody able to explain that to her? What's going on with that?
What's the question?
She's got it right there in chat.
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna ask that since someone brought Glenn Lawrence up. Did he fucking scam everybody or not? I'll just be blunt with it.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Okay. That's all that's needed there.
That's been proven already. Been attested to. Been talked about.
That's
Am I
fucked
right,
up.
Beth?
You ain't gotta put Beth on the spot like that.
Well, look, so I'm in a difficult position where I would like to answer questions honestly. However, I mean, clearly there's more to the situation than we all know, because we don't know exactly. What we do know is that the money that was put down for the place where we're staying, as well as the money that was donated for my airfare, was used for means other than its intended purposes. However, things have been rectified in other ways. We are still going. I do not believe Glenn is coming. That is currently the standing, or at least what I understand to be the case, is that he is not coming. But things have been taken care of, and I don't want to out the way that happened.
No. Don't.
Yeah.
That's fair.
That's not at all what I was alluding to. But I
But
mean,
no,
if you don't call a spade, then that spade is going to
So
continue to spade.
what
I
happened?
agree with that.
What happened with the money? I'm very
So
curious.
all right, listen, I'm gonna give it to you like this, and like I said, I do not know what is going on in Glenn's life. I don't know why Glenn did what he did. All money was put into his Sons of Thor account in order to cover the B&B, as well as money was donated for my airfare. And then he stopped talking to us. He stopped responding to any of us. It was then found out that the money was no longer where it was.
No longer available.
No longer available. We had no place to stay, and my airfare was not. My ticket wasn't purchased. Nothing. I have not heard
Were
from
you
Glenn Lawrence.
the only one, or was this happening?
Everyone. Everyone.
There was a group of what, 4 or 5?
Yeah.
Involved
Yes.
in sending said money to Glenn in order to cover all the bases.
Yes. And yeah, like I said, the situation did end up getting rectified, but there were 4 of us who had money that was invested in this trip. I personally have not heard from Glenn Lawrence since the beginning of September. He has not responded to any of my attempts.
Well,
Other
Grit said
people-
yesterday he hadn't heard from him either.
Other people who were involved have not heard from him since the end of September. One of the people in the group hasn't heard from him since he collected the money just 2 weeks before we found out that all of the money had not gone to its intended purposes. And then, yeah, he's just slowly cut everyone off except one person. Things were taken care of. Yeah, I don't want to.
Say too much.
Yeah.
Oof.
But
Are
Well,
you
that
afraid
that
to get it,
that
OG?
sucks.
Yeah.
and out, yeah, things are taken care of. We're all still going. I don't believe Glenn is going, and like I said, nobody's heard from him. He doesn't respond to any of us anymore. We're talking about $2,000.
Now, is there any proof of this, or
Proof of yes. However, I'm not able. I would not share it publicly. The
In
way
all
that
actuality, you can't.
the way that the problem, yeah, number one, I would not. Period, because it's all
Yeah.
private conversations. And the way that it was fixed, I don't want to out how all of that happened at all. It's not my place to do so.
fair enough?
Yeah, and I say that out of respect for those who did fix it. Glenn did not have
I
any
just
part.
let it go at that. I would
Yeah.
let it go at
Yeah,
that.
no, that's fine. That's completely fine.
But so yeah, it's a mess, but it's all good. It got taken care of. And yeah.
OG, do you keep muting yourself?
Yeah, no, I was letting y'all talk.
Okay.
Lauren does ask one question. This will be the last time that I ask you about it. Was it from everyone, or was it?
Everyone's money that was put in was it was the total came to about $2,000.
Mm.
And yeah. I
Okay,
hope
fair
that
enough. Hold it down.
sure.
Yes.
Take it away, Denizen.
Oh yeah.
You can teach us all about this rebirthing of yourself, so to speak.
Because he got his hymen reattached. You know they have that now.
By the
You
way,
know they have that.
I will say this. This is why I don't trust red pill shit at all. It always seems to go down like this.
Was Glenn red pill?
Yeah.
Defending it
okay.
heavily when I talked about it the first time on my channel.
Okay. I never could figure out where he was shooting from, to be honest with you.
Oh yeah.
He had me confused for a little while, which I couldn't quite make 1 and 1 equal 2. Say one thing, but yet do another. Hypocrisy. Well, that sure killed the conversation.
Yeah, it's a weird one, and it's like I said, it's really hard because I personally believe in what's right, and I believe that bad behavior, bad actions, especially ones like that, should be called out. However, I don't.
People aren't willing to give evidence to it to actually call it out, though, and that's my
Well,
biggest problem
everyone
with the panelverse right now.
everyone in the group is calling it out, is saying that it happened. It's just a
No,
matter of
Lauren,
I'm trying
Lauren, the money was for the Airbnb, not for tickets.
Yeah, not
There's
for
there's
not for
two
debate.
there's two events going on. There's the actual debate-a-con, which is a Saturday and Sunday. But Grid is having a separate function of his own on the Friday before.
Yeah.
So there's actually two things combined, kind of, sort of.
Yeah. If you wanted debate con tickets, you went straight through MDD to get those. This was for the Airbnb because a bunch of us were going to split a house, and my airfare had been donated so that I could go at all. Yeah.
And it was all donated to one set person that was supposed to take care of everything. And the money did not get used as it was supposed to. That's a blanket statement. There you go.
It's called a reallocation.
I think the big hesitation is that some are hesitant to apply malicious intent, right?
Oh, there may not be any malicious intent.
There may not be. I do think that there was. Lauren, what happened was during one of his streams when we were talking about DebateCon, super chats came in that specifically said they were to cover my air. They were donated to cover my airfare, so that I could go because I'm broke. I'm a very poor person, but yeah, I don't want to imply. I think that Glenn thought that he could replace it, but that's not what ended up happening.
Still malicious intent.
There was lies involved, and that bothers me. The lying and the misrepresentation.
Thievery. And the thievery. I don't care how you slice and dice it. It was theft.
I know. In my moral structure, there are certain things that people do to one another that should be called out because God forbid someone else ends up in the same position, right? I do believe in standing for what's right and what's righteous. I have a hard time for the simple fact of, dude, it's a tough spot to be in, right? Because people are friends with him. They don't want to imply that intent. I understand why they don't.
Friends don't steal friends' money.
I agree. I agree. But
as long as it's rectified, we don't have to talk about it. But I mean, it's weird.
it's sad is what it is. It's sad because this is someone, this is very, I mean, for a Christian, it hurts the image of Christians when you take that title and then behave badly.
It's almost like anybody saying they're Christian on the internet is grifting, in my opinion.
Lauren, I'm going to message you privately, hon.
Oh no, I'm thinking about doing some investigation because, and Chuck, I'm gonna out me and you as being messy girls.
Uh-oh.
For those of you who don't know, the political organization I worked in, I had two jobs. Me and Bumpkin tried to form a charity, like an actual 501c3 charity. It didn't go well because the members of the board decided because we couldn't push politics, they didn't want to do a charity. They wanted to do a fraternity instead. But I have experience in setting a charity and a fraternity up. And I was also OPSEC, but that's another story for another day. So Chuck knew about this, and he had kind of asked me about it, and he
Yeah,
was telling me
because
what limit.
I got knowledge of 503, whatever it is, 501c3. I got a little knowledge. Yes.
So he was at. Go ahead and tell the people what you asked me,
No,
because
you
I'm
go
kind of
ahead.
munching.
You go. Go ahead.
Well, I'm kind of munching, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. But anyway, I'll stop munching to give you guys the deets. Chuck actually had asked me, like, what was the money he was saying he needed? Like, you said it was 2,500.
Something like that. Yeah.
Set up. You don't actually need that to set up a 501c3.
Well, the day I
There,
talked to him, he said he needed 20 grand for startup, and then he put another dollar amount, which didn't make no sense to me. That's the reason I asked
that
you.
absolutely do not need. There is a fee when you talk to the IRS about it, and that's subject to the state. Maybe his state charges a 20 grand fee. I don't know, but unless you actually have costs that
No,
you're
I looked
doing.
into it.
Oh, speak
Sorry.
of the devil, Grid's here. Hold on.
Thank you, Grid.
Y'all are still going.
Sorry,
Yes,
Grid.
sir.
I was munching. I didn't hear you pop up.
Oh, you're all good, man. You're all good. I'm only going to be here a minute or two. I just thought I'd drop by and be like, hey, you guys are still going. What's up?
We're talking about the Sons of Thor stuff and all that. So I don't know if you I don't know if you want to talk about that or
Which
if you're
part?
interested in that. Any of it.
Where are you guys at?
So 1 second. I am talking about my experience with charities and how the startup money for the 20 grand ask is more than likely not true. It can be true depending on where you're at and what regulations you have and what you have going on. But to just start a charity foundation, it's not, the licensing fee is not a proper thing to call it, but for lack of a better word, we're going to go with licensing fees. When Bumpkin and I applied for ours, it was like $25, and it can range between $25 to $250. And essentially, what we got told was, in order to get your tax status, you have to collect information from people who get the contact information for people who donate. You have to clear that with the IRS, and they'll send you back tax numbers to give to the people to get their charitable donation added to their tax return. And you have to operate a whole year and hand over all the information you have to them to go through it to make sure you're operating correctly. And you have to be able to refund the money if you don't get it, or it's fucking fraud. So I don't understand where he's getting about where you have to do the 20,000 startup cost.
Well, it started off at 2,500. I remember that.
Yeah, I think it was always only 2,500. I think and now I don't know because I honestly didn't pay much attention to it because it's not it's kind of beyond the purview of what I really care about at all. So I wasn't paying attention to for most of the stuff for the Sons of Thor thing, just because even though it was implied, I mean, maybe not implied, it was hinted that I would like support that. I don't support very many actual charities. Mainly because
this kind of stuff.
I'm sorry.
This kind of stuff. It's more common. It's more common.
But mostly the big thing with supporting charities is I always feel like I can do more with the money than anybody else can. It's the same reason I hate to pay taxes. It's the same reason I don't, give a dude $10 on the street if I think he can get a fucking, or if I think he's got a job and he's just out there trying to make an extra few bucks to, preying on people's kindness and shit like that. It's just, it's my very specific bend, right? I'm warped in a very specific way, and that's just one of the ways. So, So I didn't pay that much attention to the actual charity portion of it beyond, I think he was asking, he needed like, I think the actual like amount that he needed was like 2,500. I think they were trying to raise like $7,000 or something like that for something or the other, but I'm not really sure what it was for. In California, that could be, you know, if he had to hire an attorney. I'm not really sure. I'm just not really sure in California. So I'm not going to talk about shit I don't know, which is rare, I know, but you know, but I just don't know enough on that. I mean, I know for a fact that the way that it was all left in Glenn's hands was messy. Right? Like there was shit that was supposed to have already been done that wasn't done, that he then had to figure out how to get done. I'm not putting that on Thor, but you know, Thor's family kind of fucked with Glenn quite a bit. I mean, actually more than a bit, like a lot. And it's hard for me to say exactly what happened because I don't know. I know just enough to be dangerous, right, to myself.
Same here.
Which is basically that, you know, Glenn. I mean, like I hate talking about the dude's business, but I think this much is more or less public knowledge, and maybe I can clarify it a little bit. Glenn went out to help Thor when his tumor came back. And there were certain promises that were made, right? One of the promises that was made is that he would get the dragon ship. He would take that over from Thor. And that was actually, he made that promise to Thor. Thor didn't make that promise to him. Thor intended for him to take it over. The other promise was that there were some monies that were going to be distributed, and some of that money was going to go to Glenn because he basically gave up his life for however many months it was, you know, like 5 months or whatever. And none of that shit happened. Like none of it. The dragon ship, I guess Thor's brother tried to claim something about the dragon ship, or it got muddy and they just couldn't. Glenn couldn't take it over, right? So there was that, and then his Thor's wife, who, you know, the whole time that Glenn was there was like, yeah, you're going to get the money. Yeah, you're going to get the money. The minute Thor was gone, basically, when he was out of his mind on drugs, and like he couldn't sign anything, right? Like he could not say, no, that's not what I said. It seems to me, from the outside looking in, it seems like that the minute Thor was out of his mind on drugs and shit, getting, you know, when he went to hospice, that all changed. Like it all changed. And, you know, he, and Glenn basically got fucked on that. I think he said that publicly a couple of times. I think he says it just really quickly because it's hurtful to him. And so he basically got fucked over. Right. Hey, that happens in life. I've been fucked over. Right. I mean, I don't know anyone that hasn't. I think Glenn was rolling with it. He had a plan, but, you know, it didn't work out the way he wanted to.
Yeah, trust me, when somebody passes on, you realize how quick things go haywire.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that's real. And I'm sure there's like 1,000 things that Glenn's never talked about publicly. Right. Like
the greed that comes out of people.
Yeah, and like I said, and look, we were all watching that kind of happen live, right? Like Glenn would stream, and you know, you could see the attitude change, but it was, you know, I think that's all. And I don't. I feel like that this is a. You know, I feel like there's multiple layers of this. Like there was a I don't know if it was a rumor, but there was, you know, I know that there was some concern that Glenn had gone to Vegas and just used a bunch of money to party. I don't know that that's what happened. I can't find any like evidence of that having happened. I mean, I certainly know that Glenn went to Vegas, but I don't think he burned a bunch of money through. That wasn't his. But I think he's in a tough spot now for sure. I think I know stuff that he has not made public that I cannot make public or will not. It's not, I could. I have a mouth. I can speak. I'm not going to.
It's not on you, though.
Yeah, it's not on me. There's some things that happen that put Glenn in kind of a dark place. And, you know, that's all I know about it. You know, whether or not I had to cover Glenn's share or portion of the Nashville trip is between he and I.
That never even came up.
Yeah, none of us mentioned that whatsoever.
It was asked in chat.
Okay.
That's why I didn't bring it up. People's personal business is their own.
Yeah,
but when you're talking about potential scams, I feel like that's free real estate.
I mean, you know, I don't think so. I think the problem with saying anything Glenn has done as being a scam, I think it's hard to get there because I don't think there's ever any intent on Glenn's part. And you know, I've opined privately, and I will now publicly opine this. My observation is, having watched the whole thing unfold and understanding that there's the part that I know, there's parts of other people know, and then there's the truth somewhere out there that I don't know, right? I don't know the truth. I can't tell you that because I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't watch it happen. The only way I can know that is to have been there, and I don't. I wasn't there. But my opinion is, my observation is that we've all, maybe not all of us, most of us have been in a situation where shit happened, and you know, we had to do things that maybe we anticipated being able to take care of and just weren't, and we end up owing a friend money for longer than we intend to owe them that money for, or whatever. And some days someday you'll take care of it, some days you won't. I don't know. I believe, and I've said this entire time to anyone that's asked me, I think, you know, Glenn, as far as I know, Glenn's always made things right. If you think he's offended you, he makes it right. If he has borrowed money, he pays you back. If you give him something, he returns it to you, usually better than it was. I don't have any reason to believe that that's not the case now.
I do. Glenn's a bitch.
Imperious.
No, hold on.
Imperious.
No, hold on.
Imperious.
No.
Hey,
No. Hold on. You're talking about a respectable man who for the last year puts people on his panel to talk shit about me, and he's too coward to fucking engage with me. Then he says he's going to go to my gym and try to talk shit. No, he never went to my gym.
Well,
that little pussy's a bunch of fucking titty milk.
Whoa, easy, Imperious.
He did go to your gym.
No, he didn't. I asked Coach Cordero.
He sent you a picture of him standing outside.
No, he didn't. He didn't send me shit.
He didn't?
No, I did not know. I did not fucking idiot. Just like your fucking nigger lover, Andrew.
Oh, no.
That's why you can't platform Imperious.
No.
Damn.
No. He can't. He doesn't know how to act like a fucking adult and sit and have a conversation.
We literally had a conversation about this last night. As long as he doesn't break TOS,
I'm going to tell you now. I understand the idea of the allure of having Imperious up because people will pay to kick him off and shit like that. The risk to your channel is not worth it. I did the same thing. I tried to help. You know, I didn't even make money off of it. I just don't put him up ever. He can come in the chat, but then the mods. The minute he comes in the chat, the mods are ready to ban his ass, or not ban.
Well, that's the thing about Imperius. Like, and this is for anybody. Like, anybody's welcome. I have set rules that I've stated 1,000,001 times. He doesn't break the rules; he breaks TOS. So I feel shitty banning him.
Well, I wouldn't ban him. I mean, I didn't ban him. I don't like to ban people. I had to hide that Kim before the storm thing today because he's just stupid, and he blocked my mods. I only really have a couple of rules. One of them is you can't block the mods. If you block a mod, you're gone. Like,
Understand?
That's fair.
But not Imperius. You're gonna have to pay a fee for that one, buddy. Because you got told yesterday not to come up here breaking TOS, shouting the N-word. Only I can say that over here. Like, not even the black people are allowed to say it. Only I can say it. It's my word.
That's because you're a Nigerian king.
I'm not Ike. But no, continue what you're saying. I'm sorry for that interruption, Grid.
It's all right. At any rate, I have no reason to believe Imperius. I have every reason to believe Glenn. So let's just settle that issue right now.
I don't believe either one of them. I'm gonna be real. Me personally.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I can see that you haven't had. I mean, I've met Glenn in person. Like, I've hung out with him. So I have a different perspective than just someone online, right?
Yeah.
So
understandable.
And so, again, I think that Glenn's always made it right. I think he'll make it right. If there's anything that needs to be made right here, and if not, it's fine.
Well, at the end of the day, again, this is just something to talk about. I have no stake in the game. Let me make that very clear. I think it's fun. I think it's completely okay to talk about because it's something that people are going to be curious about. While doing it, you have to be very careful because I'm not going to just let somebody slander somebody and say willy-nilly wild shit. That's why I'm glad you came up. That's why Beth answered the question. She was like, that's all I can say. That's respectable. That's understandable. And the thing is, you don't want to just slander people. You don't want to just say nefarious shit about people. Not only does that make you like legally liable for what you say in slandering people, but it's just not a good thing to do to somebody because you never know what they have going on, right? My only thing is I will say this. As the information that I have received from just talking to people about it, it does sound like Glenn did steal the money. And that's between him, the legal system, and whoever has a problem with it. As far as how it was made right, that is between the people who made it right and the people who gave the money.
Well, I made it right.
Well, I wasn't going to put your business out there like that. It's not my place. You know?
So nobody has any bitch except me.
Yeah, I didn't even answer that question. It wasn't my
Yeah,
place.
that's why I was trying to just get away from it earlier.
Yeah. I do appreciate like you saying it though, because yeah, like I've been sidestepping it. It's uncomfortable. It's an uncomfortable position to be in, where you're absolutely right. None of us we have nothing to complain about, and because it has been taken care of. That's what I told everyone.
The people involved do have a right to complain.
That's
but
where
at the end of the day, it's nobody else's business, is what I'm saying.
And I think, Grid, the hard part, like for me and like Agrilopolis and whatnot, is that it's like we have that moral structure and that moral foundation, right? Where as brothers and sisters in Christ, we hold each other.
What up, Dusty?
I hate to say expectations, but it's meant to be in a loving way. Does that make sense? And kind of hard to have to put that. It's like trying to be tactful about it, but also at the same time still being like, nah, dude, you gotta make it right. I wish he'd respond to me. That's all. I think a simple conversation could help a lot.
Help what?
Imperious, I'm
One.
not gonna let you up. You broke TOS 2 days in a row. That's gonna be a $40 fine for you to come back up,
Oh,
buddy.
dude, it needs to be like a couple of hundred.
Yeah, because people
Yeah.
with brains who actually
Make it worth your
fucking
while.
work go to
OG
see.
deserves a couple hundo for just because he is,
I don't deserve shit. I'm gossiping on the internet, and I'm thankful for everything that everybody does to support for entertainment. I don't deserve shit. This is all just a hangout and entertainment for us.
Hold on. You've got a channel here that you're building up, and he can take it down. So, I mean, you're not monetized yet, so it's not as relevant. But there's no point in having somebody strike your channel or something like that because of Imperious's dumbass. That's why I don't let him up on the panel. And we get as soon as he spurgs out in chat, the mods are weapons free. They can just not time his ass out for a day. He's so full of shit. First of all, I no longer believe he's a lawyer, and I don't think he has any money at all.
I don't think he is either.
And he talks. He can talk very intelligently and eloquently at times, but for the most part, a lot of when I check into the shit he says, it's just kind of it's almost right, but it's not quite right. And like he keeps saying that Andrew's moving to Culver City, which is retarded. Like that's stupid as fuck.
I also do have a rule that if someone is not on panel to defend themselves, I don't really let people talk about them.
Yeah.
So. But no, I'm still going through the process as they're reviewing my channel now for the monetization flow.
Sweet.
So hopefully I get it. But no,
threats. You don't need to be back making threats. Ain't nothing happened. OG, shut it down.
Fucking childish, man.
I've been Imperious. We've been through this again. I like you. I like shooting the shit with you. But you know that I don't give two shits about.
I was in your boat. I used to like Imperious a lot, but he just doesn't give a fuck. Like he's here to trash.
That's bait to me though. I like people that don't give a fuck.
He's here to trash your channel. He's not here to help you.
Well, that's why
you like Grid so much then. Grid stands in his square and that's it.
Well, people who don't give a fuck and they stand in their square, they speak their fucking mind, I respect and I like that.
So
anyway,
right. As far as Glenn goes, I didn't have to make everyone whole on the deal, but I did. I don't have to do anything. Like I literally, all I have to do is be white and die. That's it.
Yeah.
Be white and die.
I like that.
And that's why
and pay taxes.
I don't give a shit if
I don't have to pay taxes.
I don't give a shit if people want to see it as glazing. What you did was really respectable and honorable, and like for real, that I appreciate.
Is Grid white? Grid, you're not white. Shut up.
I'm mostly white.
You look pretty.
I have Cherokee and some other.
I know a Mexican.
Every white woman is a Cherokee. In this case, every white man is a Cherokee princess.
I actually have lineage to prove it. So
Cherokee
princess. I do too. Actually, my great grandmother was full-blooded Cherokee.
Mine too.
She's very mad.
Same here.
Oh my god,
yep.
mine too. There's stories about her chasing my uncles around the table with a knife once.
Yeah. But at any rate,
what's up, Mandy?
I'm mostly white. But again, all I have to do is be white and die.
But you act like
I don't have to pay taxes. I don't have to be a good person. I don't have to do anything. So
no, you didn't.
You want to be a good person though, right?
I want to be. I try hard every day to be a good person. I fail miserably.
Nobody's perfect.
Certainly not.
That I found.
Well, I'd say how you.
What's up, Flo? How are you?
Makes you.
I'm good. I figured I'd come up and weigh in real quick. because
Sure.
mostly I have good stuff to say about everybody basically involved in these things. Glenn did pay me back. It was recently, but I did get repaid by him. Grid, all props to him for stepping up for his friend and trying to remedy the situation. And and props to Beth as well for being understanding of things. When she found out that I had been repaid, her response was, "I'm glad that he's starting to make it right." Guilt or shame, I don't remember which one. I think it was shame, maybe, is a hard burden to carry. So honestly, like, this situation is getting handled by every single person involved in it way, way better than, say, the Crispy situation.
I saw Crispy on Rob Noors the other night trying to jump on a bandwagon. What the fuck was that all about?
Yeah. So anyways, yeah, I just thought I'd say that,
I appreciate the glazing. Thank you very much.
But you're not white.
You're not gonna get no glaze from this kid.
80% white.
The Nuremberg laws say not enough. Sorry.
The Nuremberg.
That one drop rule, Herr Grid. Sorry. Now, please follow me.
All right. All I have to do is be 80% white and die. Those are the only two things I have to do in life. So,
But
I
no,
bet your wife's got a few requirements.
Well, I'm glad that this situation got talked about and resolved, because all my questions are answered, and I think all chat's questions should be answered as well. So I don't think anything else is anyone's business involving the situation personally.
That would be nice, because like I said, it's kind of awkward and uncomfortable getting
while
put
I've
on the spot about it. Because these
I've
people
got
are-
some of you guys
these are my
here,
friends.
I'm making a slight change for my event, and it has to do because the caterers drive me fucking nuts with how many people are going to be there for, and so I'm like, look, I don't know, I'm planning on about 100, somewhere between 100 and 150. They said that's a big difference. That's not like, it's not like you can just we can just have some spare or whatever. And I'm like, oh, what? Okay, whatever. So what we're going to do is I'm setting up an Eventbrite. That's actually what I'm doing right now. That's why I look fucking distracted. I'm setting up Eventbrite so that you go to, I'll have the link in my Discord, and I'll have it spammed out over the next few days when I'm online. And then when you just go there, you don't have to use your real name. You can use your screen name. You don't have to dox yourself. There's no cost to it. Just click, hey, I'm going to be there. And then I've got, and then I'll have a tally for the caterer for Monday because they're going to want to know by Monday how many people are going to be there. I told them
caterers are funny.
Yeah, they're just being a bitch. They're really annoying the fuck out of me. But
I know I hated dealing with them when I was setting stuff up. Ugh.
But anyway, so that's a little change in the program for the event.
One second, Imperious, you didn't send the dono. He's like, apparently I sucked your penis and don't care about money. All I care about is money. Like, I like people.
OG operates on that cream.
Love money.
OG operates on the cream principle. Cash rules everything around me.
Yeah. If you ain't my family or my people, money talks.
Yeah. All right. I got to jump off, guys. You can bring Imperious back and let him spurg now. I got to go. But Flo, good to see you, man. I'm shocked you're up so early, but maybe just
that is amazing.
Maybe he just hasn't been to bed yet. You never know.
It's only like for mine and Flo's time. Yours too is like what, 2:40? Damn, that is early for him, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Sun's still out. So there you go. Anyway, we'll catch you guys later.
Grid.
It's good to
Have
see you,
one.
Grid, have a good day.
Yeah, you guys glaze too much. Woo.
Well,
shut up, Chuck. I like you too.
I'm just poking.
No, I'm glad that got settled, because there's a lot of conversations about that have been happening, and it answered a lot of questions. So yeah. And even about the charity stuff,
Yep.
like if somebody
Yep.
themselves gets fucked over because of other people's greed, you can't really hold it against them. So I wish him the best and hope that whatever is wrong, he sees the way through.
Sometimes life throws you a curveball. People bank on something. Yeah. When it comes to when people die, expect the unexpected. Guaranteed.
That is very true. So I have been going for 4 hours. There was a great conversation to be had, but I don't see anything now. We got 34 viewers though, and I ain't got nothing. Do y'all what do y'all want to talk about? What's new next on the agenda? Chat panel. What are y'all thinking about?
Oh,
how? Go ahead, Toddy.
No, who was it? Was it Lauren or Donna? Somebody asked about something that happened today. Some kind of explosion or something.
What?
Yeah, somebody mentioned it in chat earlier about some kind of explosion somewhere.
Oh, in New York, I think. Yeah. I saw a little blurb. That's all I seen.
Okay, yeah. Let's look it up, I guess. Explosion in the Bronx.
Earlier.
Yes. Wow, when I thought this happened today. This is talking about 15
the
hours
search
ago.
for the
16
cause of
hours
the
ago.
flames that sparked an explosion that left firefighters badly burned. We are following that breaking news right now at 11 o'clock. We thank you for joining us. I'm Natalie Pascarella.
And I'm David Ushery. The fire that burned through several cars is finally out on Westchester Avenue in Longwood, but the damage is done. 7 New York City firefighters hurt, 5 of them burned. News 4's Chris Jose is at the scene where those first responders ended up needing rescuing themselves, Chris.
Right, David. Both paramedics and police officers rushed those injured firefighters to the hospital tonight. In the last hour, the FDNY hauled away the fire truck that was heavily damaged in this explosion. Take a look back here. You can see where this all happened near Westchester Avenue. Those are the vehicles that caught fire. You can see one of them burned beyond recognition. The car reduced to a black and gray metal shell. A neighbor sharing this video with News 4 showing the flames engulfing the 2 vehicles. The FDNY says it started as a garbage fire, spread to a car, and as firefighters were putting it out, the car exploded, injuring 7 firefighters. 5 have burns to the hands and face, says the FDNY. The burns are serious but not life-threatening. The blast rocking Westchester Avenue near Fox Street just after 7 p.m. Neighbors telling us a fireball lit up the entire block.
Before you know it, it was a big explosion at the.
That is wild. They're saying it's a garbage fire. I was gonna ask if it was an electrical car fire.
That's what I was thinking too.
Did y'all hear the and the only reason I bring it up is anything done in Europe is like 5 or 10 years away from here. So did y'all see that the UK and Europe is by law, if Europe itself as well is looking into doing the same thing? They implemented a 10-cent per mile tax on all electric vehicles.
How? But see, that was the thing in Illinois when the governor was trying to figure out a way to impose a tax, and he was working with a third-party company to try to develop a device that would be mandatory to plug into your ODB port in order to track your mileage. However, I think he ran into too many obstacles with that. But yeah, they're trying to figure out how to tax because they're losing it in gasoline tax.
Fair enough. Austin, no, not all flights are shut down right now. The FAA
10%.
is implementing a 10% reduction in flights at 40 major U.S. airports starting Friday due to staffing shortages caused by the ongoing government shutdown. So that's actually what's going on. And apparently the UPS plane crash that we covered is up to 12. Fatality is up to 12 this morning.
Whoa, up to 12?
Crazy. Shame on you for having exactly, Mandy. They voted for this. If it ain't gas or diesel powered, I don't want it.
How are you going to pay per mile? How are they going to know your mileage?
Have to report it, I guess.
I bet you the car's got a way to tap into it through the internet to get
that's
that.
That's what this whole electric car shit was to begin with. It was a push to give the government more control over your vehicle and your travel. Like it's like a smartphone on wheels.
Well, you know, they also installed the software, or were installing it, that if the police were chasing you, they could turn your car off.
Which seems really asinine to me, because that would make the situation a lot more dangerous. Personally.
Why would that make it more dangerous?
You have a speeding vehicle on a crowded highway that just shuts off. That means power steering goes out, everything goes out. But that momentum don't stop. And even if they lock up the brakes to force you to stop, that creates a lot of fucking problems. And if you think the police are going to make sure the highway is clear before using that, that is foolish. They pit maneuver people all the time on an open highway with people all around them.
Oh yes, seen many GSP videos doing so.
Well, GSP will just shoot you for being at the gas station and smarting off.
Well, good for them.
GSP don't
give a right.
I can't find the footage anymore, but somebody had posted a video where they were driving down kind of like a residential street, and a big ass van like cut them off, and the woman driving was like getting road rage about it, like, look at this idiot. And then all of a sudden there was a flashbang thrown at a guy who was riding a bicycle down the side of the street, and the van flew open, and it was an ICE was doing a snatch and grab, and almost caused this family to wreck in their car. But then they were kind of like, oh shit, look at that. The footage was up. I don't know what happened to it.
That's crazy.
I'm not really
doing a news.
Grudge?
I'm not really having a news or chill stream, and we've been going 4 hours. The donos haven't been hitting. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm gonna call it. I have enjoyed conversating with y'all. I'm appreciative of the 29 people we got watching. I appreciate hanging out with you guys. But I'm gonna go play with Tucker and do some cleaning. So,
good deal.
Good day, and thank you for watching.
Cheers.
Starlight outlaw, cosmic soldier, give me space.